Hello and welcome to part 3 of the e-commerce store 2021 version 1. So if you have landed on this tutorial and you haven't seen part 1 and part 2, then maybe you might want to go ahead and just access part 1 first and then move on to part 2 and so on. However, you can just follow the tutorial from this component because there is a download for that. So by all means do start from part 3. So just a quick recap what we've already done then in part 1 and part 2. So in part 1, we built the simple setup application. So the URLs, the views, the models, so that we could actually view and manage our products that we have in the store. We then moved to part 2, where we built a basket feature. So users could actually add their items to a basket in preparation to be purchased. So now then in part 3, there are going to be 4 stages plus testing, whereby we're going to build a user management system. So we allow users to log in and log out, etc. And then we're going to be able to, by the end of this tutorial, take payment from users and then just track that order in terms of when an order is being created and paid for. We can have that flagged up in the database as paid, and then we can show that order to the customer. Now, I have also stated testing here. Now, this code really is just for demonstration and to get you started building e-commerce stores. So I haven't actually included testing in this tutorial. It is very much similar to what we've already done, so you can apply those techniques. Now, the reason I didn't add testing here, simply because I want to make some overall changes, some big changes to the actual code to refactor it at a later stage. And maybe at that point, I'll create part 4 and part 5 and just take you through those steps if you're interested. So let's now have a look at the final outcome for this tutorial. So this is it. This is what we're working towards. So you can see that I've updated the UI on most of the pages. So this is the home page. We've still got the drop down here for the products, so we can access categories if we want to. And of course, you can add some more categories. So we've got products, which I've again updated the UI here, and we can add to the basket like we've done before. So all that is all the same. You can see I've updated the basket UI here, so we can see the items, very similar to what you see in other services, e-commerce services, this type of setup with the number next to the basket. So this is all mobile enabled, of course, so you can go in and it should work nicely on mobile. That really wasn't one of my goals, but because here I'm using Bootstrap mobile first framework, that is just generally the case. So once I add the items to the basket, of course, I can view, I can change, I can delete, I can update, and so on. And that changes now the payment. So the shipping options here are just for show. So you can set that up yourself, of course, hopefully feel confident to do that. So I've just got this number here, arbitrary number of £11.50 that gets added to the total to bring us up to the total payable amount. So once the customer is happy with that, let me just go back and just go through the whole process. They can then go to the checkout. Now notice that in my system, when they go to the checkout, the user needs to log in. So this is just part of the system that I've designed this way. It doesn't have to be this way, but that's how I've designed it in this scenario. So the user can create a new account if they want to, but if they don't, if they have an account already, then they can use their email and a password. So I will be setting up a custom model for that. So they can sign in and then they're taken, in this case, to their dashboard. But if I didn't click on the other links there, it would have taken them directly to the payment portal. So let's go back to the payment portal. So the customers will be able to go to the checkout. They'll be actually able to pay. So this is connected to Stripe payment online. So I'll take you through that. So this is an actual card payment system that you'll be able to enable and take card payments. So again, this is just for educational purposes, this development. So by no means is it ready or it's nowhere near ready for a production environment, but you can actually take payments with this. So you'll be able to kind of see how that is set up. So once they've paid, the customer will be taken to a page. I can probably take you through that very quickly. Let's just get a number. So let's just add some information here, for example. So this is a card number that's provided by Stripe to take payments. So I press pay. That will bring up this nice Visa security check. complete authentication, and then that's then paid. Notice then we're taken to the payment page, and then we can go ahead and check for email confirmation. Now, I forgot to add the email confirmation step. I can do that in another tutorial. Apologies for that. So you can then go into your dashboard and see the order. Now, the order isn't showing here because I've not got the Stripe backend enabled to kind of monitor the payment. Because what I want to do is when they click on the payment option, I want to monitor whether that payment has actually gone through or not. And then I want to update the order. But at the same time, I do want to actually save the order in case I wanted to maybe do something with that data later. So if I go into accounts here, so the orders, I can see this is the order I've just created, and it's £71 or whatever currency you're working with. And what happens when the payment is successful and I've got this Stripe backend working, this payment status will be updated as paid. So 71.50. Let me just press save. I'll just add some stuff here. So when I press save, let's go back into my site, £71, go into my basket. Oh, I think I need to, I'm in the wrong basket maybe. Yep, so there it is, £71.50. So that's the order I've just created. Now the user can see their order. So the user can go ahead and change their details. I'll just show you how that is possible and how you can add more there if you want to. And of course, I've included a delete account if you wanted to also add that in. So there are quite a lot of features here that we're going to be building. It's going to take a little bit of time to build these, of course, and that's partly why I've kind of slimmed down the features in this tutorial. So there we go. That's kind of an overview of all the features that we have or going to build for in this tutorial. So we can log out, of course, go to the home page, and let's get ready to build. So the first stage here is the refactoring. So I'm just going to change some of the or update some of the UI with some new code. Now I will take you through that partially if you want to. This refactoring process is completely optional. You can just skip this. I'll provide you the code where you can start the actual building. So you can skip this, have a look in the timeline in the description, download the code for once I've completed all this refactoring and start from there. That is not a problem at all. But if you're interested in roughly what I've done here and a little bit about the changes that I've made, then stay on here and I'll take you through them. So let's go ahead now and just go back into our code. So this is the code that we ended up with from the previous tutorial. So what I've gone ahead, and I've downloaded that from the GitHub repository, which you'll find a link in the previous tutorial. I've created a virtual environment here. If you're not too sure how to do that, then let me just quickly show you. So I've downloaded it, put it in this folder, run the the virtual environment here. Then I've activated that virtual environment, and then I've pip installed the requirements. Once I've done that, I've then run the server, and then we're up and running. Okay, so let's just have a look to see what we ended up with in the previous tutorial. This is what it looked like. So you can see the changes that we're going to need to make. So let's go ahead first, and in the refactoring process, let's just rebuild this home page. So in our project templates, we have a couple of folders here. We've got everything in the store folder, it looks like. So the basket and the products. So let's go ahead now, and I think we're going to add a new folder here. So we're just going to rearrange this slightly differently, I think. So we're going to have templates and basket. We're going to move that into the templates. And then we're going to put the products in this folder. So we'll keep that there. And then the base and the home in there. That's not a problem. So the basket's going to be in its own kind of folder. So we're going to separate that up slightly. So what we're going to need to do, the base, remember, we're using this base as the single file that would then be extended from all the other files. So this file will be extended in the other file. So you see here, home utilizes this base in order to extend from. So if you've missed the previous tutorial, you maybe won't understand this. I went over briefly about blocks and how we can kind of override those blocks, etc. So the changes I've made here is fairly simple. I've basically created a new navigation area for our application. So I just need to kind of get rid of this. So the overview here is that I've got two sections now. I've got a header section with a navigation section at the top. That obviously represents my header. I've now got the block for the content, and I've also now have the footer. Now the footer code here, you can almost see that this is basically a copy and paste from the Bootstrap website template. So let's go ahead and have a look at that. So if you go over to Bootstrap, I'm using Bootstrap, so I've gone ahead and in the docs, I've started off with the starter template so that I've got the CDN links, etc. And then what I've done is I've just gone ahead to the examples, and then I've gone ahead and had a look at some of these footers. So for example, this one, I think I'm using this one here. So I've gone ahead and found this. I thought, well, I'll use that, and I'll go into the page source. I've gone down to the bottom here, and where the footer starts, I've literally just copied it from there to there, and that's literally the code. So you can see how that is formulated. We have a footer with a container, a new row, and then a column class col12, so using the full columns. And then in each element here, we have an unordered list with list items for each of the elements in the list. Now, obviously, I'm not going to go through this step by step because this is going to take me another 4 hours to show you all this code. But just to give you a quick overview of what is actually been included now and the changes that I've made. So once I've applied those changes as well as what I've got here, so I haven't shown you this. So this is a little bit more complicated to explain actually. What I built is a navigation system, which is all in a fluid container. And then what I've got inside of here is a few different things, because what I'm trying to do is build a system whereby these items here will be dynamic, in that when I scale down, you can see that the menu system here will get changed to a menu system on the right hand side. And this isn't easy to explain. Now, you can just build whatever menu system you want. I've literally just put this together utilizing the Django navigation code. And I've arranged it so that at different instances, this will appear on the right hand side. So it's well worth going through the code. If you're not too sure how to work with Bootstrap, all you really need is the links. So as long as you've made a nice navigation bar with the links, you can kind of get this working. Of course, you can just copy and paste this code into your work. So you can see I've got an unordered list here for an item. I've got a button. So this button refers to one of the buttons you saw on the right hand side. So this looks like it's the button for the shop. So you can see I'm using an SVG here. So if you're wondering where I got all the graphics from for it, if you just go over to the Bootstrap website and then just have a look at the icons that are available here. You can just utilize some of these. So that's the icons that I'm using directly from Bootstrap again. So you can see these icons here and so on. So you'll notice here straight away that the block element here in the middle, that's the actual homepage.html. What I've added is the footer and a nice little header here. So go ahead and just copy that. Now it might be, once you've done that, if you're following this step by step, there's going to be some link problems because these are linked up. And obviously they don't exist. So all you need to do is just head into the code. I'll just move that. Let's head into the code. You just need to look for those links. So this is the login here. Notice that on line 78, I've changed it to a hash. So if you are having problems where it's saying, oh, link to blah, blah, blah doesn't exist, just go ahead initially and just blank these out here. And then you should be good. Now, if you download or have a look at the preview code before we start building all the new features, that will include that in the code. So have a look at that code because that's kind of like the starter code. Right, so that's all that's happening here. We've got some unordered lists and some buttons on the right hand side that if you look through the classes that have been applied to them, some of them will just disappear at certain sizes. So for example, let's see if we can find one. It's easy to understand. I don't think it is, but I've also added if authenticated. So you'll notice here, basically, if the user is authenticated, they're going to be shown this, which is the logout. And if they're not authenticated, they're going to be shown this icon, which is obviously the login icon. So there's an if-else statement here, and that's what it's doing. It's basically just seeing if the user is logged in or not, starting from line 64. So that's been added in, and that just shows different icons depending whether the user logged in or not. Everything else, like here, this piece of code is the same from the previous tutorial, where we're just looping through the basket quantity from our context processor that we built. And then down here, we've got a little bit of code here that is used for the categories drop down, so we can view all the categories we have in our system. That was done in the previous. And that's pretty much it, really. The upgrades to the UI is really in the bootstrap that's here. So you can see this one here, MD none. So this is just a search facility that is only shown at the mobile view. So you can kind of see that in action here. If I slim down, you can see that this search bar appears. Now notice that, yeah, the search bar appears here. So you notice that these numbers are not really lined up and the styling is missing. So I've updated and created some styling for this. So what we need to do next is go ahead and go into our main project folder again, and just make sure it's the main project folder. We need to make a static folder, not a new file. We need to make a new folder. So we're going to create static. So static folder is where we're going to keep our JavaScript and any CSS that we're going to build. So we want to keep this nice and maintained. So follow the same type of naming convention as we've been using. So saying that, I'm going to make a new folder here called core. That's going to have like the core CSS and JavaScript for the general the general system in general. Okay, that doesn't make sense, but the general system, the general application in a global perspective. So that's where I'm going to hold my CSS. So I want to make a new file in here. I'm just going to call this base.css. And I just want to add some additional CSS in here just to create some overrides for later. So I've got some container overrides here. Just to the bootstrap container is a little bit wider than 1,000. I just wanted it a little bit slimmer. So I've ridden the container class here. So that's what I've done there. You can see that I've removed the initial drop down icon. So when there's a drop down link, normally it shows you a black diamond, this one here. So I basically have just overridden that. So if I refresh, Control F5, I haven't actually applied this yet, sorry. You'll see the new one that will be there, and that will disappear. So I've just removed that. The drop down menu, I've just changed the drop down menu here. So when I drop down, it appears under the line or just where the line is rather than right next to it. So I've added that in as well. And then I've got an alert that I'll use later. And I'll show you what that's for. That's the little block you saw if you saw the preview about COVID. And then I've got some font upgrades. So I'm going to be using font 500, weight, and 300. So I've just defined that in a class so I can quickly use it. And then you can see I'm importing a font here from Google Fonts, which is just going to be Roboto. And you can see that I've added some letter spacing for the whole site wide of 0.2. So I've just slimmed down the letter size, or the letter spacing, sorry. And then I'm using Roboto again. So there we go. So the navigation, I've changed the logo size, and I've also changed the logo size at different widths. So the logo gets smaller and smaller based upon the screen resolution. So that's what I've done there. So at medias. So that's the logo. And then I've just got the footer. So in the footer, I wanted a little bit more spacing in the lists. So I've added some padding below each item in the list. So you can see what I've done here is really drilled down from the footer class into a div, into another div, into a URL, into the LI. So that just allows me to control all the list items directly without having to add additional classes in each unordered list section. Okay, so that's pretty much the CSS there, and that's what it does. So now, of course, we need to actually link our page to that CSS. So we've got a lot of different imports here. So just under here, we just need to add in the new link to our CSS. Now, let me just grab that. So save me typing that out. So that was in the static core CSS. So we don't need static, so just core CSS and base CSS. So I've just imported that in there. Wonderful. So now when I go back to the page, we should see some changes. There we go. Now, one thing that's not there is this number over the basket is not there because that's to do with the basket. So I've created a different CSS file for that. So what we're going to need to do is in a folder now in my static, all these folders in static. So this is not going to be in the core. So I'm just going to create a new folder here called basket. So this just allows me just to break things up. I know that anything in basket is to do with the basket, for example. So inside of here, I can make a new folder called CSS. Now this might not be optional. This might not be optimal long term, but it just allows me to kind of separate things up initially so I can add some additional code. So basically what I want to do in my basket CSS, and what I've done, I've created a new file inside of here called basket.css. There we go. So I've just created some styling here, and that is the styling that's going to be needed to make that number appear next to my shopping cart. So I've literally I've created the child div has a position of absolute, and then the parent will have a relative positioning, and that will allow me to position this element here inside of that parent element in an absolute way. So I can define the position via top here and right, and that will then make what you'll see in a second appear in the right place. So we've got the 0 here, and I want to make it right next to in the corner in the basket. So if I refresh after, of course, I've added it into my page. So that's all I need there. So if I now just add this CSS into my page, like I did with the previous, let me just grab that, save me typing that out. So now I've just added that in. So I can go back to my page and refresh, and there we go. So I've got the graphics now for that. So that's pretty much the big upgrade for the graphics here. The navigation bar, you can now see the navigation bar kind of appears below this line here. Just makes it a little bit nicer, I think. And then you can see the basket has been updated with the number there. So we can double check to see if that works, of course. There we go. So it's still working. So it shouldn't affect the actual feature here with the code. So that's all good and working. So as you also saw, I've upgraded the home page here. So that page obviously represents the home in the products templates. Maybe I could rename that a little bit more effectively, but there we go. So this is the home. So we're going to just update that with our new piece of code. So it's pretty much all the same, except for I've added this element here, which is an alert element from Bootstrap. So you can go ahead and just type an alert into Bootstrap. That's going to take you to Bootstrap alert. That's just going to take you to this page here. And I'm just using one of these alerts here. I've changed some of the styling. So that's the component I'm using. You'll see in a second. So that's that. Then I've got the container, the row, and I've just changed some of the styling. So I've got all of my H1 tags have been styled as H3 tags just to scale them down a bit, and that's consistent throughout the whole website. All the other code here should be exactly the same. I've just lifted across, but I've just updated how it looks really. So if I refresh now, you can see that's what it looks like now. So I've scaled down these items here, for example, and I've added a little bit more consistency to it, but everything is exactly the same in terms of features and functionality. So the next update I made was, bring this down, was in the, I go into the basket, the summary page. Obviously, I've also now just applied this style to this page too. Now, I don't believe there's any kind of massive changes here other than a little bit of styling. So let me just copy this code over. I think it should be. So it's pretty much all the same again, or same as. Oh, div to me. So I've got your basket, manage your basket. I've just changed that around. I've got a top div here, then a right-hand div and a left-hand div, just to kind of arrange the items more effectively on the page. So I've also added the kind of payment area, so you can see how much the order costs. As we go through the payment system again, I'll take you through that and we'll go step by step. We've got the for and the with loop here for the actual item as per normal and output in the data. So that's all the same. And then the code down here at the bottom, I don't believe that's changed at all. So we've got the delete item and the update item. Like I said, I don't think that's had any changes to it. So let's just double check that. So I've just copied and pasted over the new. And so let's just check by going on here if there's any issues. So just change that. Oh, sorry. Oh, seems to be an issue. No. Okie dokie. Let's go back in. Wonder why that's not working. So I needed to go into line 107 in my base, add the URL because I've deleted the URL. Let's just refresh, go to my basket, and it looks like we've got template does not exist. Store basket summary. So let's just sort this out. Store templates. Okay. So we've got store templates. Oh, templates, basket, summary. Okay. So let's just double check. Template, basket, summary. Looks okay to me. So let's just go back in the code and see what it says. Store basket summary.html. Template does not exist because we're trying to go to store basket. And this is one of the changes I've made. Remember, I moved the folder for that. So what we're going to need to do is if we just close everything down, we need to go into we just need to think about where this is being linked, and that's in the store in the URLs. So in the URLs, we're making a link potentially to that. No, we're not. It's going to be in our basket URLs. So that takes us to the basket. So that's the view basket summary. So let me go into my views, basket summary, and you can see here I'm linking to the wrong place now. So I'm just going to update that, go back in and refresh. And now I've got a payment is not a registered namespace because I'm trying to type in the new code and I haven't updated everything. So let's go back into our template basket summary and we're just going to look for payment. We'll just take this away now for now. So that's my payment button I'm going to set up. So let's see if that works. And there we go. So let me just take away that piece of code. Just make a weird random piece of text. There we go. So that's the update now to this basket page. You see I've just rearranged things here and that's pretty much all I've done. Everything else is pretty much the same. So everything is just working as per normal. So again, it's just a few different changes with the HTML code. So by all means have a look through and just follow the pattern here. Of course, you can go ahead and build your own setup. So there's no code changes here in terms of Python or Django code. I've just copied that across to this new template. So next up, I'm going to upgrade the individual item. So this is going to be in store. Oh no, it's not. Templates and then store and then the product single. So this single page just needs to be updated just to follow the new pattern. that I've created, or a new UI that I've created. So product single. So there shouldn't be too much here that needs updating, apart from some of the kind of URLs, maybe in a second. So we've got that. Let me just tidy this up. There we go. Okay, so let's just take this back in and have a look. So that was the single page. There we go. So that's what's been updated here. You can see that I've just literally just rearranged this page, and we've got a left hand and a right hand side here. We've got this little notice here that you can get rid of if you want, and that should add items to the basket nicely as per normal. Yep, that seems working okay. And there we go. So that was the upgrade there. And I do apologize not going through step by step again. There's quite a bit of changes there in the divs to actually kind of spell out each and everything I've done there, which is just going to take hours. So just have a look through the code. Just make sure you've got the components in place. Like I said, there is a code file once I've done all these changes, but I'm just really taking you through what I've done. So there's that page. So we can do the same thing again for the category page. You can see that this is now going to be reverted into the newer look. So there's no really functionality here. So this should just be a straightforward category page change. So we'll just tidy up some of these spaces. So you can see this is, again, just a for loop here through the products, and then we're good to go. So we just make sure that that P is going to be changed. Okay, so that was a straightforward update grade, and now you can see we've got this else problem. Invalid block, template syntax, else expected end block. Did we forget it? We did, probably. So it looks like I've got an end block problem. N4, 4, N4, and then I've got the end block. Okay. I think it's because the formatting tool has kind of created the block in the wrong syntax, potentially. So let's just revert back. There we go. Okay, so not many changes there. You can see that's happened. I've just changed the background color, resized this, added an appropriate size title, and changed the title. So there we go. So we've got the home page been upgraded. We've got the individual pages been upgraded, and we've also then got the basket page that has also been upgraded. Okay, so like I said previously in the previous preview, this shipping option is just a kind of a drop down here. You can see that these totals aren't working just yet, so we're going to need to change some of the code shortly, but we'll do that as we go through the tutorial, change some of these, and I just need to explain what's going on there. So that's pretty much it for the refactoring. Just a few style changes this time. Again, I apologize for not taking through step by step, but the code is there underneath this in the timeline, so you can just work from there. Now we can move on to the next phase. Okay, so now we've completed some small refactoring of the UI. We can now go through the first phase, which is the user management. So here we've got a number of different stages I want to take you through. These are optional steps, of course, if you're used to doing this. The code for this is available at the end of this timeline. So if you have a look in the description, again, I've added the code after this if you don't want to do this step and just get on with the other aspects of this project. So what we're going to do is build a custom model for our users. So I'll take you through that and how to kind of connect that up with your project. And that's going to be really useful because we can really then start to build a model for our users that fits our project rather than relying on the Django default model and extending from it. So we're going to build a completely new model. Now I have made a few videos on this before, so by all means utilize that to supplement what I'm going to tell you here, because I don't want to take you through it. I will take you through step by step, but some of this code I'll just explain. You can have a look at it and then use the other tutorial to really kind of go into a little bit more detail. So we're going to create a sign up facilities. Of course, we want our users to sign up to the service, and we'll build a simple email confirmation service for that. And then we'll go ahead and build the login, logout. And then in the dashboard for the user, we want them to be able to update and delete their user details. So the delete it's not the delete their user details. Delete will be delete their account. Okay then, right, back in the project here, we're just now going to start off by, well, let's create a new application for accounts, right? So let's go py-py, and then we're going to start a new app, and we're going to call that account. That's the first step. So we can go ahead and go to the models, because the first thing we're going to do is build a new model for our user. So in Django then, let's remember that by default, the Django application or Django framework, provides us a user management tool in the admin area, and that obviously then builds the model for the user and so on. Now that model really only comes with a few fields, and it's not very useful when we're trying to build our custom systems like this, because we want to store numerous information about our customer. So that kind of enforces or forces us to change the model. And there's a few different ways we can do that in Django. So we can go ahead and just extend from the existing user model, or we can just tell Django we're going to use a completely different user model. So let's just go through the process of actually building a custom model. So we're going to build a completely own model here. I'll take you through this. So let's go ahead and do that. So what's going to be interesting here is I'll take you through this idea of actually running through the code that actually checks and actually builds the user. So you'll get kind of a good idea up all the way up to the point where we actually save the data to the new model. So what we're going to need to do here is we're going to need to bring in a few resources in order for us to achieve this. So you can see here that we've got the abstract base user manager, and the permission mixin. So what we're doing here essentially is we're using the base user manager, and we're literally just kind of extending from that to actually build to overwrite the in this case, to overwrite the account management of, for example, a super user, and then the abstract base user. That is literally enables us to then build our own kind of user model. So we've also got the permission mixin. So this is going to be needed because remember, when we build a new table in Django, we want it to automatically build some of the default permissions for that model. So we bring in the permissions mixin. So it just automatically builds those permissions for our new models. So that's pretty much what we're going to need, the tools we're going to need to build these new models. So let's go ahead and extend the abstract base user. So here we're going to build a completely new user table for our users. So let's go ahead and do that. So what we're going to do in this instance is we're going to define the email as the actual kind of login unique identifier. So whereas before Django, we normally use the username for that, here this system is going to be utilizing the email for that. So I'm going to set up the email. I'll explain this underscore in a second, what that potentially means for a later tutorial. So now it's just a case of adding some more fields to my user base, which I've called it. This is my new user table. So username, first name, about. So these are just made up for now. You can put whatever you want in here just to show you a potential way of adding some items here. So I've added country field. So that might be required. I just wanted to show you there might be a case here where you're building a system like this where country is important. And of course, you don't want to type out all the country fields so they can select from it. So there's plenty of different packages that will enable that type of facility. So country field is one of these. So if we go over to the PyPy, and then just type in country fields, Django countries, I think I'm using. So this is just a simple tool that's going to provide you the choices and flag icons, etc. So users can easily find their country in a drop-down list. It goes through how to install it. So here you can see I'm using country field. So let's go ahead and just add that to our project here, install Django country fields, and that will allow me to use this field right here. Otherwise that simply wouldn't work. So what I need to do to use that field, I just need to import that dependency. There we go at the top, and now I can use a country field. So if I were going to use this in a form, I can now use it as a drop-down list for countries. That's just like a quick way of setting that up if I wanted to use that facility. I don't think I'll show you this in any real detail later, but it's there if you need it. Have a look through the documentation. That's just one thing that potentially you might have wanted to add. So let's continue. So we've got phone number here. Again, I haven't really put much thought into the actual values of this. I just wanted to pad this out a little bit. So postcode, address line 1 and address line 2, town, city, and then potentially for user status. So we want to check whether the user is active or not. So basically we want to be able to disable a user without deleting it, because when the user clicks that button to delete their account, we don't want that data to be deleted straight away. Maybe we've got some sort of management facility, or potentially we have some legal obligation to record that part of that data for legal reasons. We don't want to just delete everything about a user, for example. Plus, if we actually delete a user straight away, it might be that someone else has logged in as that user, and all of a sudden, if we haven't got efficient backups on our system, we've just lost that data. So what's going to happen is that the user, when they sign up and then they receive an email. When they click on that email, their account will go active and then they can log in. So you can't actually log in until the account is set to is active. So we can use that to kind of safeguard and deletion of the account until we're ready to do it. And also it allows us to set up our email facility, so we can email after the user has registered to check and verify their email account. So we've got is staff, so that's from the Django tool. So we're going to need that to check, define whether they're staff status or not. And then we got created and updated, just to record when the account was created and when it was updated and so on. And then we're going to create a custom account manager for this to actually save the user, this new user. So we'll do that shortly. And then we're going to need to define the username field. So the username field, in this case, for Django, the username field is email, and then the required fields. So you might want to add some more fields here, but I'm going to specify that the username is required in this process. So by all means, add other fields here if you want to. And then I've got the normal metadata, the name and the verbose name, account. And then I'm just going to return the username as the default understring method. There we go. So that's the user table. So now let's go ahead and build this new custom account manager. And this is going to specify how the user data is actually saved to the database. So what we need to do is build from the base user manager. So this is the base user manager. So obviously we want to kind of provide some overrides there, because we want to do maybe a few different things. So we're going to need to sort out the process for creating a super user, remember, and a normal user. So let's create a new function here called create super user. And we're taking all the parameters that we're going to need, email, username, password. So that's the type of parameters that we're going to need when we create a super user. So then we can go ahead and set the fields. So staff, if we create a super user, the is staff must be true. Yep, the is super user must be set to true. So we need to do that. And is active is set to true. So by default, when we create a super user, that needs to be set. And then basically we want to kind of do some validation here. So if is staff is not true, then well, we need to kind of flag up that it's not true. And then, for example, if super user is not true, we can do some other flags here. So super users needs to be assigned to true. So if we're going to manually create a super user, that's just double checking that we've done it properly, because we can't build a super user unless staff equals true and super user is true in the database. So what we then do is return and then create the user with their email, username, and password. So those are the 3 minimum requirements in order to basically build a super user. So when we do build a super user in a minute, we're going to be asked for the email, a username, and password. Those are the 3 things we're going to be asked for. Now, remember, when we used to make a super user, we were asked for the username, the email, and the password. So we're changing that up here because we want the email to be the, like we specified here, the username field is the email now. So now we can go ahead and do the same thing for creating a user for a normal user. So we've done create super user. Now we're doing creating the user. So we've taken all the parameters, self, email, username, and password. Those are pretty much the mandatory type of things. And then basically, if not email, so if they haven't typed in their email, remember the email is what we're using as their username. So if they haven't provided that, we need to flag up and tell them they've not done that and they need to do it. And then we can go ahead and kind of normalize to check to see if the email has been formatted correctly, because that's going to be massively important here if we're using an email as their actual username. And obviously we want to send an email to them to confirm the account. So we verify that, and then we go ahead and create the user object here ready for us to actually save into the database. So we're going to store the email and the username, and then we set the password. And then we save the data, and then we return the user. So there we go. So you may have seen that I've mentioned these underscores here, because these fields here, they may need to be translated into different languages, depending on what languages we want to use on our system. So this is another tutorial that I'll do at a later date, but we can bring in this and flag the translation where translations are needed in order for us to create those translations later. So we're bringing those in at a later date. Now, what I'm also going to need, I believe, is we're using model. So I'm going to need to bring that into. So from Django DB import models, like we normally do. And I think that's all the dependencies that we're going to need there. So what we're going to do now is, I guess we can test this out, right? So I do apologize if you've made a massive database previously, but I'm going to delete this database. Obviously, if I delete this database, I need to remember that I've created migrations. So I can manually do this, go through each item, make sure all the migrations have been deleted. I could set a little script to do this, of course. So you're going to find migrations in the store here. So I'll delete that migration. And then also in the basket, there should be a migration. Maybe not. So in the store, it will tell us if there is any. I would have thought there was in the basket. Maybe not. Okay, so now I've got rid of the migrations in the database. We can go ahead now and apply our new database. So py hpy, and we're going to make migrations. So you can see we're going to create a few different tables here, the category and the product. Now, one thing that is missing, you've probably already seen, is the fact that I've not gone into my core and I've not added this new item in my list here. So let's go ahead and do that. So that was a new application called account. There we go. So let me just run migrations again. And you can see that there is a problem here. So this clearly identifies a problem here. User.user permissions clashes with reverse assessor for user-based.user permissions. Hint, add or change a related name argument into a division, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so it looks like we've got a mistake here. So it's kind of suggesting here, if we look at this mistake, this problem, that there's a clash between user.user permissions and also user-based user permissions. So it looks like what's happening here is that Django is trying to use the default user setup and the new user setup. So let's go ahead and in our settings, so that's going to be the core settings of our application here. Let's go and tell Django that we're going to be utilizing this new model, right? So what we can do here is we can set up our custom user model. So let's go ahead. There's three settings that we can set up initially. The auth user model. So we're just going to tell Django where the default user model is going to be placed. That's account. So an account, and then models, and then user base. So it's going to be called user base. There we go. And so I've also added a login redirect to the dashboard and a login URL, which is going to be account login. So I've just done that for now. I'll show you that as we go along. So in addition to that, let's now actually tackle this error. So it clearly says that store.products.createdby, and it's a field, is trying to access a model that isn't going to exist. So it looks like we're going to need to update our code, because if you remember from the previous tutorials in our store, and if we go then to bring this down, into our models here, we've actually requested the user model in order to actually use the user here in one of our foreign keys, so we can define who actually added the actual product to the system. So what we need to do, so we've got user here, what we need to do now is I've removed that model and we just need to add in our new model. And there's a number of different ways that we can do this. We can go directly, or we can go through Django, so to speak, for this. So let's go ahead, and because we've made a new setting inside of our settings, let's go ahead and just change that and import the settings into our model. And then what we can now do is just refer to that down here. So where it says the user, where it was the user before, model, now we're going to change it to settings.authUserModel. Now remember, what we've just done is we've just added that setting inside of our settings. So if we go into core settings at the bottom here, that's what we've just defined. So the authUserModel is now account.userbase. So that's where Django is going to find that. So now we've updated that. Let's just close all this down. It gets pretty congested. So let's make migrations. Now we're able to make migrations. So we're going to create the user base first, category, then the products. And then we can go ahead and actually migrate. Okay. And then we can go ahead and actually run the server. But before we do that, before we log in, let's go ahead and add a new super user to show this is working. So create super user. So we want to create, and you can see now it says email address, so a.com, and then it says invalid email address. So remember, that was the capture point we made, because we want to make sure there's a valid email address. So it needs to be a dot something, of course. So that was a good check. So now we have the username. I'm just going to call this admin, and then the password again, and press yes. Okay, so now we've made a super user. So it's gone through that process. So you can see how we can tailor this process now of creating a super user. So now we can go ahead and just start the server. And then what we want to do, run server. What we can now do is go into our account admin area, because what we want to do now is register our model, right? So it appears on the admin area. So from models, import the user base. So here I'm going kind of directly, whereas before I was using the settings. Now this is just a different way of doing it, just to show you that I can import user base directly. And then I'm going to then put it onto my admin area. So when I go into my admin now, let's go into my system and go into admin/admin. I should now be able to go into admin. Oh, remember that it's the email, it's not admin anymore. So a.com, and then password is admin. And there we go. So we've now got accounts, and I can do my account thing as per normal. Okay, so that's the accounts area sorted. So now I've built my custom model. Let's now go ahead and tackle the sign up process with email confirmation. Now I've decided to take you down the path of customizing your forms. Now there are easier ways of doing this, of course. Let's have a look. Crispy Forms, for example. Django Crispy Forms. So this is a very popular tool to use when we're building forms, for example. So I've chosen not to use that, just to kind of stick with Django and give you a little bit more in-depth knowledge about how Django forms work. So because we're going to be building a form for the actual sign up process, we're going to need to go into accounts and create a new form, which is going to be forms.py. We can name whatever you want, of course, but there we go. So I want to hook the forms into the forms Django forms. So from Django, I import forms. And then, of course, what I want to do is save my registration details, of course, in my new model I've created. So let's import that. So from .models, import user base. So I'm using .models here because we're in this account application still. So in the models, import the user base. So again, I could do settings, etc., but I've just done it that way. It looks a little bit more direct. So what I need to do now is create a new form for my registration. So I've created a new class here, extending from form, so form model form. So that kind of now sets me up to build some forms for my model. So here I'm actually going to model my form every step of the way. So for example, first of all, I'm going to define what actual what fields I want to actually use in my registration form. So my registration form is going to be nice and simple. It's not going to use all the fields that I've set out in the model. You can extend yours. So let me just give you an overview of how to do this. So we're going to use username, email, password, and password 2. Those are kind of going to be the mandatory type of fields that I'm going to need here. So I'm going to describe those. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's just bring this down. Okay, so it's quite a long line here. So username. So the first field is going to be username, forms.character field. So I need to be able to identify. This is where I need kind of my model open. I need to make sure that the form inputs that I'm creating here match up with the data fields that are in my model. Otherwise, this isn't going to work. So let's just put this all on one line for now. So label. So I can define here some of the parameters of this, so the label. So here, I'm not actually building the label here. I'm just defining the parameter which I can call for this particular input field. So I don't actually have to type in the name of the label. I can do it dynamically via the actual form here. So here I've got some other parameters that I can utilize. So I can enforce a minimum length of 4 when the user tries to create a username, and then the max length of 50. And I can also add some help text. So that can kind of be useful for me to hook into and show if it's needed. So essentially, that's just, of course, metadata that I can use. Right, so now I'm going to add in the email. I'll just add this for online, I'll format this. So email, you can see this is going to be an email field. So you can reorder this however you like. It doesn't matter at this point because we can specify on the actual template how it's displayed. So max length of 100, help desk required, and then I can create an error message, for example. That's a different type of piece of metadata I can add here. So required, sorry, you will need an email. So that's obviously the error message that will then appear if the user doesn't actually include an email. And of course, I want to enforce that as required throughout because that is the main important username that I'm going to be using for that user. And of course, if the user doesn't type anything there, that's going to be captured. Let's remember, that's going to be captured here in our custom manager if a username is not added. So up here, we have, for example, if not email, we've raised a validation error here. So that's all in place. So now we've got an email. So at this point, we're probably just going to need some password fields, right? So let's add our password fields. Now we're going to need 2 password fields because we have password and password 2, which is obviously the check-in to make sure that the passwords are correctly set up. Password validation, what I'm thinking of, repeat your password to make sure that you've typed in the right password that you want to type in, I guess. So password 2, forms, character fields, label password and repeat password, widget equals forms dot password import. So here I'm using this widget from the forms. Just to clarify, it's going to be a password input. I suppose you're wondering, well, what is a widget? Well, this is where I take you to the documentation here, which is going to provide you a better explanation on what I can. You can see a widget is a Django representation of HTML input element. So the widget handles the rendering of the HTML and the extraction of the data from get post. So here it's suggesting that by utilizing a widget in the password fields, Django is able to deal with and handle that data and the extraction of it. So if you read down a little bit further, it's going to take you through what you can do with widgets, but it's quite a powerful tool that you can use to set up different fields, etc. So it's well worth reading through that. So that's the 3.1 Ref Forms widgets. Okay, so similar to models, what we can now do is add some kind of class meta. So let's add a class meta. We're just going to describe here what model we're going to be utilizing. And of course, what we can also do is bring in the fields and just describe what fields. So username and email. So there we go. So now we have our registration form set up. Let's go over now to the views, because we're going to need to kind of generate and build a view so that we can actually utilize this form. Now, so let's go over to views. So what we want to do now is we want to obviously bring in that form, of course, because we want to kind of reference it here in this view. So let's go ahead and do that. So now we kind of got access to it for us to use it. And now we want to actually then kind of build up this function for the registration. So we're going to go through and actually save all the collector data and actually save the data. So let's just go through how that might look like. Well, let's just think about this logically. And building a system like this, ideally, you would have done some planning and you would roughly know what steps you want to take, what your program wants to take. Otherwise, you're just kind of programming stuff. So it's good to know what the flow of the system. So let's just think about this. A user comes to my system, they want to register an account. Now, I just need to think about, well, who should and who shouldn't be registering an account. Now, if a user is logged in, it's probably likely that they shouldn't be registering a new account, maybe. Or at least maybe it's a better idea if they don't register an account if they're already logged in. So maybe the first thing I do before I actually register an account is check to see if they're actually logged in. So let's just use the simplistic request user is authenticated to check to see if they are actually authenticated and logged in. And let's just return them somewhere if they are actually logged in. So we'll just return them somewhere wherever we want to return them. So we will return them to the dashboard, but I don't think we've built that yet. So let's go ahead and just do that for now. Maybe just the home page. Okay, so that's the first thing. So now what we need to do is collect the information. So this view, remember, is going to be utilized when the user presses that register button. All that form data is going to be sent off to the URL, which is going to then be pointed to this view, and we're going to do something with it. So the first thing we want to do is check to see if the request method equals post, because we don't want anyone to be able to register unless they've actually posted data to us. So we're just providing that kind of validation check. So next up, I guess what we want to do is to collect information from the post data. So we're going to need to collect the user data, right? So we're going to create a new variable register form, and that's going to equal the registration form from the request post. So yeah, we're basically just getting the data from the post, and now we need to do something with it. So the first thing we want to do with this data is we want to check it. So what we want to do is we want to check the data against maybe the model to check to see, for example, all the data types are correctly entered. So the email is correctly entered and so on. So we can run the if register form is valid, and that's going to kind of perform those type of tests on our data. So now what we can do is we can start to kind of take some of that data out and start to save some of that data. So let's go ahead and do that. So user equals register form dot save. So we're going to build up here all the items that we're going to need to save about the user. So let's just think about what's in our form. We're going to need to, for example, clean. So we're going to clean this data and for validation purposes and security reasons, and then just check to make sure essentially it's an email, and that's then going to be placed in my database. So again, they're going to enter a password. So I'm just going to clean that again just to make sure there's nothing in there, for example, trying to inject any code, etc. So I'm going to do that. And then basically I need to kind of set up the user. So if you remember in the model, I've got the isActive part and that needs to be set. So I'm going to just set that to false because I don't want to activate my user straight away because they're going to be sent an email and then they're going to activate themselves. And then I can go ahead and do a user save. So that's what I want to save initially, right? About the user. So you may notice there's a few items missing there that I typed in that I haven't saved. Well, that's okay. You can add those in. That is not a problem. So at this point, the user has entered their details in the form. We've saved the form. So now we want to send a user an email. The idea here is that we allow the user to sign up and then we set their account here to user is active false. So their account isn't actually active yet. They can't actually log in. So the user is going to receive an email. In that email, they're going to need to click on the link. That will then activate their account and then they can log in. So this is a typical security check to ensure that the email that they're using is valid. Also, it helps protect against spamming of people creating accounts in your system. Django provides us or gives us a way or an approach to generate password reset tokens. So this is a tool that we can import from the Django package, the token package, password reset token generator. Now we can also use this password reset token generator to create account activation tokens. So here what we want to do is we want to create a token, a unique token for that particular user that's just signed up. We'll send them that token. The user will then click on the link, which will have the token as part of the link, and then we'll be able to extract that token back once they've clicked on that link and come back to our site. And then we can de-encrypt that token to check to see if that user is valid. And then we can go ahead and activate the account if they are a valid user. So if we go into the accounts area here, I've added a new file here called token.py. So here we're going to add well, first of all, we're going to import the token authentication or the password reset token generator. So let's bring that in from tokens. And then we're also going to need, just to get this all working, the package 6. So we're probably going to need to install that. So let's just bring that in. Oh, sorry. Pip install 6. So if you want to know what 6 is, just take a read through here. It's a little bit abstract, but it provides us some compatibility libraries to enable us to utilize the password reset token generator. So just some kind of background tools that we would potentially need to run the password reset token generator. Okay, so now we've got that in place, we can go ahead and create a new class. So go ahead and create a new class here. I've called this activation or account activation token generator. So you can see I'm bringing in the password reset token generator to generate my tokens. And then I need to go ahead and now actually kind of generate this. So the token is generated from a number of different parameters here. So the actual user and the actual timestamp at this particular time. So the generator is going to utilize this uniqueness to generate a unique code. And of course, the user is a critical thing here because obviously when it gets decoded, the token gets decoded. What's potentially happening here is we can extract the user, check the user in the database if they exist, and then go ahead and activate them, of course. And we're going to need the user ID to do that. So it makes sense for us to embed or have that user ID in the token. So now that's in place, we're going to go ahead and return. So we're going to need the user primary key, maybe the timestamp. So what's happening here with the password reset token, although again we're using the password reset token to generate these tokens, This is quite an interesting tool. So by default, the value for the password reset token is 7 days, I believe, and it can be changed. So for example, in the settings, we can set up how long these tokens will last for. So for example, in the core here, we can add at the bottom some parameters. So for example, I think it's the password reset timeout. So we can set here in days how many days we want that to be. So that's something we can have a look at. But if you're interested in a little bit more depth, have a look at the documentation for the password resets token generator, and you'll see all the attributes and values and parameters that you can set for that. So now we have the function to generate the actual hash value that we're going to send across and to help authenticate the user and then activate the user on the system. We just pass that into this variable here, and now we can access this facility from this variable. Okay, so we can close that now. So let's go back into our view and let's just set up the email. So we're going to need a few parameters in order to actually create our email. So in our email, we're going to want to add the URL so users can click on that URL, and then that will include a hash value, and we can pass that across, for example, and that can be then de-encoded or decoded, and then we can activate the user. So we get the current site information, so we can collect a number of pieces of information from that. So we put that in this variable current site. So we create a subject for our email, and then we're going to build the actual message. So we're going to create an email template here. We'll do that shortly. This is where we're going to place it within our project, account registration, and then we're going to call this account activation email.html. So that's going to be the template. And you can see I'm going to pass some kind of variables into here so I can actually generate and build this email. So I want the user, the domain, and the current site.domain. So then I'm going to also pass in the user ID. So this URL safe base 64 encode, if you read up the documentation, that's basically a way of encoding a byte string into a base 64 string, so we can use it within the URL. So we're just preparing the data to be utilized in the URL there. Okay, so then we go ahead and you can see that we're going to create our token. And the command here, make token, and that's the actual command that we utilize to actually make the token. Okay, so then we're going to actually send the email. So here, the email user, this is the tool that's going to actually incite or actually generate or fulfill our email request. So when we want to send an email to the user, the from email is used for that. So there are some parameters or some different parameters we can add into this. So for example, generally the flow here is the subject message. We can also add, for example, from email, and there's other kind of arguments that we can also add in if we want to, additional arguments. So here we're just going to use subject and a message. So you can see that the subject is going to be here, and the message that we're generating, this is the message here that we're generating. So now we need to go ahead and create our activation email. So if we look at this, we've got the account, so template. Inside of our templates, it looks like we're going to build a new folder here called account. Inside of here, we're going to have a new folder called registration. And then inside of here, we can add this new file. There we go. Okay, so this is going to be the template for the email. So let's remember then, when we're building up this template, this is a Django template. So we need to follow the same principles and rules as building a Django template here for our email. So auto escaping here, I've turned it off. So that just lets the template rendering system know that the data is safe in an unescaped form. So let's go ahead now and add or just build up our email. So we've got hi user.username. So if you remember in our view, we passed over user. So we just grab that information and add some information into it. And then we're going to need some sort of text. So we can add text here. So here I've just added some simple text. Your account has successfully created. Your account has been successfully created. Please click on the link below to activate your account. So now we need to go ahead and do that. So we can start off with the HTTP colon. So you might be using HTTPS on your system. So just make sure that that's in place. And then we need to pass over the domain. So remember, we created some information here. We've got the current site. So we're going to grab the domain from that. So going back in here, we just put the domain in. And then we're going to need to build a URL. And inside of there, we want to link the user to the activation page. And also we want to put their token in there as well. Okay, so there we go. So let's just zoom out. So URL account activate. So we're just building a URL, don't forget here. So it's going to be the domain / URL account activate / and then the token that we want to build. Okay, that's pretty much it there for the email. So now I guess we can go ahead and probably just finish this up. So we've now sent the user an email. So what we've got to remember here is that what we're doing here, the account register, is this is the registration page. So this view is either going to show the registration form, or it's going to process the registration form. So if the request method is post, so if we send a post to the URL and then it's captured here in this view, then it's going to run this. If we haven't posted to this page, our registration page, then we need to do something. So we're going to need to show the actual registration form. So here we're going to need an else. And then what we want to do is basically, register form. So we want to bring our registration form in. So let's just make sure we've got that. So we bring in the registration form. So we pass that into registration form variable, and then we can just basically return as per normal. So let's go ahead and do that. So return render the request, and then we want to return to the page. And then obviously what we're sending back is the registration form. So account / registration / register. So going back into our templates there on the left hand side here, we're now going to go into accounts, registration, and we now need to create a new file here called register.html. So let's just quickly build this up. So we are extending from the store base, remember? So extend, and we just need to remember where we are. So in this registration area, so that's .. to go back one into account, .. to go back into the main templates folder. Then we can go forward into the store folder, and then in the store folder is the base file. So you just need to remember to kind of line that up if you're going to extend. Now, because obviously we've opened a block up here in the content block, we're going to need to close that. So this here should say register, because this is the registration page, of course. So we've got that. So now we just need to add in our form. So I'm just going to add in some HTML here. Apologies, this is all going to be copied and pasted. So this is just going to set up the form. If you just follow this format, you'll see that it's just pretty much the same and consistent throughout the website. So here I've created a container fluid, so a full size 100% width container, and then a row. This is all Bootstrap, and then I've got a column here of 12, and then here I've got a class of login. I'm using deflex to kind of help align and center align everything in the page, and then I've got a new container, probably not the bit of an anti-pattern here potentially using a container in a container, but then I've got a row again, and inside of that row is going to be centered in the middle, utilizing a col 12 at a smaller size, and then column span of 7 at the larger size. So it's going to react slightly the actual column in the middle based upon the user screen resolution. So now we can go ahead and add the form. So let's go ahead and do that. So this time, let's remember that our view here is handling this form, and it's also handling the actual request to post information. So what we're going to do here, if you're familiar with forms, is that the action that we need to dictate, or the action that we need to define here, is going to be dot. And that's just referring to the fact we want to post it to itself. We're going to post it to this page. And then obviously it's going to deal with that because we're sending a GET request in the view. That's going to be captured. And then we can go ahead and process that registration request. So in here, remember, we're capturing the post. So that's going to capture that post and then process the request. Okay, so now we need to build our form. So of course, I've gone ahead and just pasted this in. So let me just go through this. So first of all, we've got our token. Now, if we're going to send a form, we're going to need to send our CSRF token. So that just keeps things nice and secure. Or helps us for security. If you're not too sure what CSRF tokens are, it's worth reading through that, but we're not going to be able to send this across to our view without that token. So that's going to be a mandatory. So now I've got just a title here. You can see it's just in the H3 tag. I've changed, actual fact, that's old, that's Bootstrap 4 there. So I'll just get rid of that. And then we're using Bootstrap 5. So we've got this P here. Just some text here. It's free and only takes a minute. Okay, so that's just some text. Now I've got these areas here where I'm going to doing some form validation here. So if I'm going to try and capture any errors in the form, and then you can see I've just got this blanket message. Please correct the following errors. And then I've got this for loop here, and you can see I'm kind of checking for different errors here. So I've gone ahead and try to get the field label and then the field error. So what I'm trying to do here in this loop is I'm trying to capture when there's an error in one of the fields. I'm trying to capture that label that's having a problem with that field, and also then the field error. So that's just a little loop that tries to capture the individual errors in individual inputs. So then I move down here and you can see that I now have a label. So notice here, the labels are coming from my form username. So let's just go back into the form because I've set this up in a very particular way, right? So you can see that, actually, you can't see that. So you can see here that I've set the label. So the username is the label has been set to this. So I'm calling this label, and this label is associated with this value here. So you can see that that's how I'm getting it. So username.label. So I'm literally just calling username.label, this parameter here, this value here. So that's how we're kind of moving that data across. Apologies. And you can see then I've added some additional styling in order to work with Bootstrap. So I've also created this required. So it's just a piece of text, sorry. This is just some text, sorry, next to the label. And then I'm using the form.username. So that is going to actually put in the input for the username. And then you can see it just follows that pattern. The label here for the email, the form email. And then the label here for the password. And then I've added some additional information about what the user needs to do. And then the form password, and then form.password too. There we go. So at the end here, we've got a nice little button that's been styled using Bootstrap. Again, I'm using some of my customized CSS there. And then that then allows the user to create the registration. And then at the bottom here, I've just got a link. If they already have an account, well, they don't need to actually register, do they? So they can just be taken back to the login page. And there we go. So that's that page all done. Hopefully that was useful. So now that ties up now our view, our registration page, and our form. So I think all we need to do now is go into our URLs and set up some URLs so we can actually access this page. So let's go into our core URLs. Let's go ahead now and I'm just going to copy and paste this down. So I just want to add a new path now so that I can start to activate, so I can start to actually use my registration. So let's call this account. So this is just lining it up with the account folder, and also the fact our application is called account. So that's going to be then account.urls. The namespace is going to be called, well, account. There we go. So that's going to obviously hook into a new file here in the accounts folder called URLs. It's just to extend our URLs into our project. Okay, and now we need to just go into the URLs for the account, and we just need to set this up. So we wanted to create a new, we can just copy this in very quickly. So we're going to need a path. That's pretty much all we're going to need. And then let's just remove that. And then we don't need any of these for now. Okay, so that's the account URL. So we don't need the core anymore. So we're going to need to create a new URL then for the registration. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's remember that in the core, we've set out /account. So this is going to be after /account in our URL. So we want /account/register. So we're going to connect that to our registration, account registration view. That's the view that we're building right here, account register in our views. And then the name's going to be register. So we're also going to need, let's not forget the app name because we're using namespaces here. So that needs to equal and be the same in the core where we set out the name for it. So in the core URLs, we set out the namespace as an account. So that just connects it up to this app name namespace here. That obviously makes it easier for us to call our URLs in our templates, for example. So that's the URL, I think, now completed. So we can probably go ahead now and test this. So let's go down into our page and let's just make sure the server's on. So, oh, okay, it seems to be a problem here. This is interesting. No module named Django. Okay, so it doesn't look like it's finding the module here. Let's go and pip install -r and then requirements. I've just done a Windows update, so I presume there's some sort of issue potentially. That's not a problem. So I've just gone ahead now and just run that. Looks like it's just reinstalling that, and hopefully now I can run the server. Nope. Okay, so that isn't included. Obviously, I didn't include that in. So I also need to do a pip install Django countries. So again, this is because I've just done a Windows update. So I'll quickly do this. I think I installed 6 as well, didn't I? I don't think that's in the file. So let me just pip freeze in case that happens again. The requirements. So I've just updated the requirements file. No such file. Oh, okay. Sorry. I'm trying to do it too quickly. There we go. So I've updated the requirements there. So we should now be able to run this. py run server. Nope. Okay. So now we've got an error here. So let's have a look. This is all good. So path of views, register, named views is not defined. Yep. So I just need to, so I just got a bit flustered there because I needed to do that. So we need to obviously bring in our views here. So we can access our view from the URL. The server's now started, so we can go in and have a look. Right, so here we are. Let's go into /register. Oh, so it's an account, sorry, account /2c's/register. Okay, name redirect is not defined. Okay, so let's go back into our views. I think it's just some dependencies that we've forgotten. Okay, yeah. So if the user is authenticated, they're redirected. Now I'm just going to remove that for now. Oh no, because I'm going to be logged in. So I'm just going to remove that now. We'll sort that out at a later point. that redirect if we're logged in. So for now, we just want to see the actual page. So we're going to take that out, refresh, login not found. Okay, so if I go down to the bottom here, you can see that in the registration page, I've added a link here to the account login page, and that doesn't exist yet. So I'm just going to remove that for now and put that in shortly. We'll tile that up, and now I've got another error here because I can't use that in the reverse. So I just need to kind of get rid of all of that. And then I can refresh, and there we go. So you can see that the form is formulated. We've got all the form items that we're going to need. Now the styling is a little bit out, so we're going to need to sort out that. So at the top here of our register page, I've decided, I think, here to add some styling on the page. Now I could have placed that in, for example, the CSS file, but I've just included it here for now. And you can kind of move this about. It just gives you something to think about if you don't want this styling. So this is just for this page, this styling here. Now I will copy and paste this in actual fact on all the pages, so it makes more sense for me to put it into a CSS file, but I've just decided not to at this point. Okay, so now I've got that in place. I refresh. You can now see there's a little bit of styling here. Okay. So you might be wondering, why doesn't it look like the preview? Well, we actually haven't finished this yet. I want to provide you a little bit more information. We didn't actually finish the form when we built the form. We moved across to the view very quickly just to fill that in. So I just wanted to show you now how to add some more code to our form to do some validation checking, and also then to add some styles, because what's happening here is that Django is building this form for us, these inputs here. So there's no control. So let's just go back into our template here. You can see that we're just asking Django to output the form input, in this case the username, and then the email input field, and then the password. So we don't have access to the class there for us to add different classes in. So for example, with Bootstrap, we want to add the input class, or the class that styles the input box, for example. So we can't do it here. We have to do it within the form. So let's go ahead now and just add some different validation checks. So one thing we might want to do here is, for example, check to make sure that when the user types in an email, or for example, in this case, maybe the username, that the username doesn't already exist. So let's have a look at this function here. So thinking about this tabbed across too much. So let's have a look at this. So what we're doing here is that we're going to clean the username. So we're going to get the username from the data and put that into the variable username. We're then going to access our user base database, or table, sorry, and then we're just going to check to make sure if this is true or false. So here what we're actually going to do is we're going to find anywhere in the database where the username the user has typed in matches any of the fields or data inside the user base table. So if a match is made, obviously what we return is an item, and then we can just return that item, or count, sorry, that item. If that count equals 1, obviously that username already exists. So we raise an error, username already exists, and then we just return, and then the user has to type in another username until they find one that isn't already in the database. So this is just an example how you could capture data from your form and then create some validation checks on your database. So that's fairly simple. So we can also, we're also going to need to check, for example, the password, the second password, because remember, we need to match those passwords in order for the password to be correct. So there's two password fields. Password 1 is the password, then we need to just double check that they've typed in the right password. That's password field 2. So what we're going to do here is, like we've done before, we're going to check the actual password field against the password 2 field. So if they do match, obviously that's okay. If they don't match, we're going to say, well, the passwords don't match. And that just helps to ensure that the user has typed in the password that they want to type in, of course, creating the opportunity to type it in twice. It's unlikely that they're going to type it incorrectly twice. So that's why we have 2 password fields. So that sorts that out. Now we can do the same thing, like I was saying with the username, with the email. So obviously we want to check to make sure the email doesn't exist in the database. So we can do it here in actual fact. I mean, there's a number of areas we could do this in the view. We could do this actually on the model, for example, potentially. So here we're just doing it here in the form, just to give you some examples. So here I'm going to collect the email data from the email input from the user as typed in, check it against the database. If it exists, all okay. If it doesn't exist, obviously I'm just going to tell them it's already taken. So that's just some kind of validation checks there on your form inside of the forms file. Now for us to actually manage the styling of those inputs I mentioned earlier, where we can't actually add anything into the inputs into the register page here, because we're just asking Django to output the input element on the page. So what we can do here is we can access these fields. So here we're just going to access essentially through super here. So we access the fields, so self fields, username, and then through widgets here we can update and include some information. So this code here is allowing us to actually access the individual input items for us to then add some additional data to it, some additional context. So here we've got class. So inside of this field here, I'm going to add the class form control MB3. So these are just classes from Bootstrap that's going to help me control the size and the shape of the input forms. I can also add placeholders and additional information however I want to. So I've added a placeholder so the actual input looks like it says username to begin with, for example. So I do the same thing on the username, the email, password, and password. You can see this similar type of code. I'm just accessing it, making sure I've got my Bootstrap classes in. So once I've saved that and now go back to my form and refresh, you can see it doesn't work. Great. 1 second. Let me just have a look. Just a little bit of indentation issues here. So let's just double check that. So, okay. So my function here just needs to be tabbed, and then these just need to be moved back. So that should be good. So let's have a look now. And there we go. So you can now see that that's changed. It's now been styled. Again, we're utilizing the Bootstrap styling here for input fields. Everything's nicely lined up, and I think we're good. So now we can go ahead and test this. So what we're going to need to do first is go into our settings and set out our actual email backend. So here we're going to use the console. So I do have another tutorial where I've shown you how to set the email up with, for example, Gmail. So here we're just going to use the console to output the email inside of the console. So this is in my core settings. I've just added this setting, the email backend, as the console. So go ahead and do that. And then what we're going to also need to go and do before we start this is just import all the dependencies that we're going to need here. So we're going to need to import the get current site. So we utilized that earlier. We added the force bytes. So we'll probably use force text later. So I've added that in. And then the URL safe base64 decode. That's also been added there. So let's just now double check the server's turned on. It is. And let's now go into our form, just refresh, and then let's just add a new user. So let's user 1. So you can double check all the validation if you like. I'm just going to go straight ahead and just create an account. So let's go to register. So please use another email that already is taken. Remember, that's the email and that I've set up for the admin. So that was just one validation check that I've forgotten. I didn't want to check for, but you can see it's working here nicely. And then register. And now we have a no reverse. Activate is not found. Activate is not a valid view function or pattern name. So what's happening here is that we actually need to now create the actual activation page, because here we're defining it inside of our email. And of course, if we go into our URLs, it doesn't actually exist yet. So we're going to need to build this. So let's go ahead and do that. So now what we're going to need to do here is pass in a few different parameters. So we've got two different parameters here. We've got the actual user ID. Oh, let's just go back into our email, our activation email. So we've got the user ID and then also the token. So there's two things here that we're passing in to our URLs, and we're trying to capture those. So back into the URLs, you can see here we've got two separate areas. We're using the slug as this is essentially the data type. So UID 64, that's what it's expecting, the type of data, and then the slug token. So the token is going to be there. And we're going to then utilize that and capture that in order to kind of decode it and then activate the user's account. So we're going to need to create a new function here called activate or count activate. So once we've added that path in, let's go back to now our view. So I'll just close some of this up. So in our view, we're now going to create a new function called account activate. So the first thing we need to remember here is that in our URLs, we're passing two parameters across. So we're going to need to pass those across as well as the request, of course. So we pass those in, UB64 and token, UB64 and token. Okay, so that lines that up. And now we just need to basically decode. So first of all, let's try and get the data. So we get the data UBID and user. So we're just collecting the data from that's been passed through, and then we're going to then check to see if the user exists, right? So let's go ahead and create an if statement for that. So if user is not none, so let's try and find the user. So we're going to use the user data. Let's just bring this up. So if user is not none, so we're going to get the user ID is not none, and our account activation token.check token. So we're using now check token, user and token, passing those in, and that data to kind of essentially decode. If, for example, that is all good, then what we're going to do is we're going to take the user. Remember the user, that's the user ID, and then we're going to change their user status. So is active, that's a field in the user table. We're going to set it to true. Obviously, once we've done that, we want to, or set that up, we want to obviously save that and activate and actually perform that operation. And that's pretty much it at that point. What we can now do is also log the user in, for example. So we can go ahead and do that. And then we can, last of all, just redirect them to wherever we want to redirect them. Now, when we log in, we've already set out a redirect in the core here. So the login redirect URL, that takes them to the dashboard. Now we can also just add a redirect there, for example, if we want to, account dashboard. So that's just something else we're going to need to build before we test this out. So, of course, if that is not the case, what we want to do is we want to send them somewhere else, right? So if it's not valid, we want to send them somewhere else. So we've created a simple else here, and we're going to just return account registration account invalid. So let's quickly build that page. So inside of the registration area here, let's add a new file here called activationinvalid.html. So that's added there. I'm not going to build this up. You can go ahead and do whatever you want to do on this page. Invalid user. Just type invalid user for now. Maybe you just want to redirect them somewhere. It's good to provide users with some information. So potentially just build up this page as you prefer or you like. So let's go ahead now and make sure that's okay. So I've got the URL now for the, I don't have the URL. I do, the activate. So that's account activate. So that's my function there, account activate completed. So what I want to do now is just quickly build the dashboard so the user can be sent to somewhere. So let's go ahead now and just create a path for the dashboard. So there's going to be a number of URLs for my dashboard. So I'm just going to just leave a little comment there. So this is going to be my URLs for my dashboard. So here I'm going to create a new path called dashboard, and that's going to be connected to views.dashboard. So let's go into my view very quickly. Let's just quickly build up a dashboard, which is going to be a page. At the moment, there's going to be nothing on it. So what's important here is that the user needs to be logged in to actually access this page. That's important. So we're going to need to provide some security to this page. So we're just going to, I think, just going to use the login required declarator here. So let's just go ahead and bring in that. And then now we can go ahead and build our function. So we use the login required declarator here. So that's going to check the user is logged in or not. And then if they are logged in, it's going to allow them access to this page. So we're just going to return the account user dashboard template. And later on, we're going to pass in some data, some context. But for now, we're just going to send them to the actual template. So let's go ahead and quickly build that template. So account. So in my templates here, there's going to be account. And then I'm going to create a new folder here called users or user. And then inside of here, this is where I'm going to put all the kind of user templates. So dashboard. And then I'm just going to use the word dashboard for now. So we know that we've accessed the dashboard. And there we go. So what we have is a simple setup now. So the user can log in and they will then be directed. So, sorry, the account will be activated. They will be linked to the activation page. And let me just check that. So in the email here, so they're going to be in the URL, we're going to link them to the activation page. Now, once they've activated, let's go back into our view. So once they've activated and we've saved their data, we've updated is active, we're going to log them in, and then we're going to redirect them to the dashboard. And of course, you can only access the dashboard if you're logged in. Okay, so that is the workflow there for activating a user. So let's see if it works. So let's go ahead now and go back into our page. So we should now potentially have a user already in the system. Okay, so the server's not turned on. We've got some invalid syntax. Where are we? So the if invalid on line view 47. Okay. So we've got if user is not none, line 47. If. So we're going to need to add an accept after this. So we're just trying to capture any errors. So I'm just going to leave this blank for now. There we go. Okay, so let's now go into our code. Just refresh. So the user account before was created, so I'm just going to delete that. So now I can go ahead and, or not undo that. So let's go into the account and register page. Let's go ahead and add a new user. b@b.com. So I'm going to click on register. Nothing's happened at this point. So I've clicked on register. So let's just see what's happened. You can see here, in actual fact, we've received an email. So this is the email that the user would receive. Hi, user one, your account has been activated. And then they're sent the actual link. So you can see potentially the problem I've got here in the actual code is that they've created an account, but it doesn't actually take them anywhere. We should have redirected them to a page saying, congratulations, your account has been updated or it's been created. Otherwise, they're wondering whether their account has been created or not. So let's just go back into our code here. It looks like this is all good. We've got the account here to activate it, but we've got a problem here. So we're going to need to, after we sent them the email, we're going to want to redirect them to somewhere. So let's use a return there. So we're just going to return a HTTP response. So we're going to need to bring that in. If you haven't already brought that in, it's from the HTTP Django HTTP. So let's have a look. So we've got the response up here. Okay. So let's just try that again and see what happens. So I'm just going to go into my admin area. Just going to delete this account. Let's go back in. Okay, so now we have registered successfully with account activation, with an activation sent. Okay, so we now have some sort of indication that the actual account has been created. Now, what we might want to do, of course, is just create a nicer page for this. That would probably be a better approach at this point, but we're just going to follow this path now. And let's have a look now at this here. So this is what the email's just been sent. So you can see this is the second email that was sent. So let's go ahead and navigate to this page to check to see if this is working. Okay, so name use base is not defined. So it can't find the actual database. So down in my views here, I've actually requested the database. So I'm going to need to bring that database in from models. So let's go ahead and do that. And while we're here, we also have the account activation token. So we're probably going to need to make sure we bring that in. Okay, so we're going to need to bring that in from token. So we've got that, yep. And then I think that's all we need. All right, let's go back. Let's go back. So refresh. And now it says invalid user. Okay, so let's go back here. Let's go back to the admin here. We'll delete this user. Okay, so we've sent out a new email. It's just right here. So this was let's definitely just double check. 201, yep. So I'm just checking the time. So that's definitely the one I'm looking for. So let's go back in and see if this works. So name login is not defined. So this one's a simple one. Sorry, I should have picked this up initially. We're trying to access or trying to force the login. So we're trying to force the user to log in. So we're actually going to log them in. So we're going to need to bring in that resource, of course. That's just something that we've missed. So from the auth package here, I'm bringing in the login tool. So that's going to log in the user. So that should now work. So being happy with that, I'm just going to remove this user again. Now what I need to do, of course, is I need to log out. So I'm going to log out this time. And now we can go back to the form. And let's just try this one more time. There we go. So let's just grab our new token. Just double checking the time again. That's the one I'm looking for. Okay, so go ahead and do that. And this time, name redirect is not defined. Well, I do apologize. I need to add all this in. So from the shortcuts, we're going to need to add the redirect in. Okay, because we're redirecting here to the account dashboard. But what this does show you, and the reason we're doing this, I could have just added all these in, of course. What this is showing you is how to potentially troubleshoot, to read the instructions, because you're bound to have problems, and that is going to be the hardest part of this. If you're not familiar with this type of process, actually troubleshooting. So you're kind of seeing the type of problems that I'm having. These are kind of common problems that you're potentially going to have and how to potentially solve them. So a lot of the time you forget to import in the resources, particularly if you're just copying code, because you don't realize that is an actual resource that you need to bring in, for example. So this also does tell me where I am in my script here. It does tell me where I am in the process, because clearly now we've got to this point here. We had a problem here, and I brought in the dependency for that up the top, the login dependency, and now it seems we're having a problem here. So clearly we are moving down this list. So I'm able to work out where I am in the process. And this is also useful for you to actually write down the process so you have an understanding of the workflow. So when you are troubleshooting this, it makes it easy for you to actually identify where the potential problem might be based upon the information that Django is providing you in the console and in the browser, and also where the code is actually in the view or in your process that you're trying to create. So let's go back now one more time, and let's go back one more time, and let's just create a new user now, because we're not logged in, so we need to just add a new user. So let's go ahead and register, and now we've got our new token. Doing it a few times also, it just gives you a better idea exactly what's going on. And now we can activate. You can now see we've gone into the dashboard. So we're now logged in as the user. We're now in the dashboard, and the process is now completed. So while we're here in the dashboard template, in your templates here, I've just gone ahead and started to build this up. So again, I'm just extending from the base, remembering where this file is and how I need to get back to the base item. So the ..dash refers to go back up the directory structure. And then I'm loading the static in case I need the CSS, and the title, just changing the title. And then I've got my content here. And you can see the content's really simple at the moment. Just got a nice container, max width of 1,000. And I've got a name called Your Dashboard. And then I've got a nice little block here where we can change the details later, the user details and so on later. And yeah, that's pretty much it there. So this currently looks like then this. So this is the dashboard that we've just built. So remember, we've got the base, so that's a header and footer. This block here is essentially what I've just built. We're going to need to kind of connect this up shortly so the user can change their details. And inside of this box area here, or this element here, that's where we're going to show all the orders for the user. So if you're following the code along, apologies if it's difficult, but this is the code here that you need to type out. Right then, so just to recap, so far we've created the custom model for our user. We've now completed probably the biggest component here is the sign up with the email confirmation. So hopefully that's fairly clear. So now we just need to create the login and logout. So that's just going to be a simple URL with a template, and then also the update and the delete. So users can update their own profile and then delete their account if they want to. So again, that shouldn't take us too long. So let's get going creating the login and logout facility. So let's start this by working through the URLs. So inside of our account URLs, we're going to need to first of all set out the URL for the login. Now, what we haven't really touched on yet is that Django comes with all these tools built in. So what I'm showing you here really is a way of kind of really customizing this process. You'll find a lot of tutorials online will take you through the same process, which is add in the auth views URL. That gives you all the views that you'll need to log in, log out, and so on. And then it's just a simple process from there because Django has everything built in, all the templates, etc. What I'm showing you here is how to kind of override and customize that, because we're using a customized user table or custom user table. That adds a little bit more complexity utilizing those tools. So I'm just taking you through that kind of deeper process here. So in this case, in actual fact, we're going to access from the auth views, which is basically the pre-built views for the authentication processes that Django already has. So the login, logout, that's already written in Django. So we're going to hook into that now and access and override some of the settings. So we can do this in the view, but I'm just going to lay all this out in the URLs. It's going to look a bit messy here, but I'm just going to add it all here. So let's first of all create our login. So here we created a path for our login, and you can now see that I'm basically utilizing from the auth views, from the contrib auth views. So this is views that are already created in Django. I'm going to hook into that and then connect myself to the login view. Now what I can do is go ahead and just have a look at these if you want to read a little bit more about this. Using the Django authentication system, you can read about utilizing this and all the different parameters you'll have, or all the different views, sorry, that will be available for you to actually hook into and override. So this page is definitely worth reading through if you want to learn a little bit more about the Django authentication system. Okay, so you can see here what I've done is I've connected to that view that's pre-created. Now I'm going to add some kind of overrides here. So the template name. So normally the template is going to be in a directory which Django is expecting to see. Now here what I'm doing is I'm overriding that. So the default folder, if I was going to build this, would be accounts with an S and then registration. So Django would automatically look for that in templates. Now here I'm using a different template folder structure here. So registration and then login.html. So account registration and then a new file here called login.html. So that's where my template's going to be. Now I also want to potentially override the login form or build my own login form. So what I'm going to need to do is just build this form. I suppose I could, yeah, I'm just going to override this form. So let's go ahead now and just bring that form in. So I'm going to import, this doesn't exist yet. So there's going to be a number of forms. So let's just bring that in a second. So this is going to be the user login form that I'm going to be building. So that's the next step. And then I'm just going to give this a name like normal. So that's pretty much here for the login. Okay, so now I've got that in place. Let's go over to my account and then to my forms. So we're going to add now a new form. So let's go ahead and do that. So this is going to be the login form, right? So what we're going to need here for the login form. So we're going to need a username and we're going to need a password. So the reason why I'm creating an override here is because I want to add the bootstrap styling. That's essentially why I'm going to bring this in. So I'm going to do this up the top here. So this is the user login form. So I'm going to need to extend from the authentication form. So from the default, basically I'm just essentially overriding or bringing in the default forms that Django has for us. So I'm going to bring in the authentication form. And here you can see what I'm doing is I'm just taking that form. So I'm not actually building the form here. You notice I'm just basically overriding this. So I'm defining the username and password and then the attributes using the widgets here. I'm going to add in some classes, a placeholder. Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm doing. So, and I've also added an ID as well. Potentially I might want to use that ID to perform some actions against or add some different actions against this input. And here I've done the same thing with the password here. So I've added a class, placeholder, and ID. So that's going to inject everything into the input area, the class, placeholder, and ID. So I think that's pretty much all we're going to need there. So let's just go back to our URL. This is going to be the login. So we're not going to need to build a view here, remember, because we're using the view from the Django backend that's already pre-built. So let's go back into our page. So we should have our login. Okay, so it looks like it's there, but of course we've not actually built our template yet. So let's go into our templates now, account, registration, and login. So that's why we're seeing blank, because we actually haven't built this yet. So this is going to be a simple template. Again, hopefully you're kind of seeing this process at this point. We're going to need to bring in our base as per normal, and then we're going to obviously extend from the base inside the content block on the base file. That's the process. And then, like before, I'm going to use that exactly the same style as all the other page. Again, that should go into the CSS page, right? But I'm just using it there. So you can add that into your CSS page in the core if you wanted to. So then we're going to need to build our container system. Now, what's going to happen here? The login, the logout, the sign up, that's all got the same Bootstrap framework. I'm using exactly the same framework for that. So all I'm doing here is just copying it in, basically. That's all I need to do. So this is kind of the core for that. So this here is the core framework for then my form to be inserted in here. So here again, I've got a fluid container, the whole width. I've then got a row with no gutters, so there's no spacing. And then I've got the 12s. So here I'm just trying to line up a container in the middle. That's essentially what I'm doing. This is just one way of doing it. This is actually Bootstrap 4 code. It should work on 5. It looks like it's okay. And then I basically just need to bring in the form. So again, it's like I did previously. I'm bringing in this form. So just moving this across here. So I've got a form class. I don't need rounded. So I've got the URL that is connected to account login. So essentially when I post this, when I add in the username and password, that's going to be sent to the login page, and then that's going to be handled by the login view. So that's all obviously handled by the login view, which is abstracted because that code is already within Django. And you can see here I've brought in my CSRF token as per normal. I've got a nice little title. I've got some error check in here. Just different ways on different forms. I've added different ways to check errors. The nicest way is that loop I created on the previous one, where we can capture the actual error via the label name or the input name. So here I've got my first label. That's going to be the username, and then the form username. That's going to be the username input. And I'll do the same thing here on the password. And then also I've just allowed them access at the bottom here if they don't have an account, just to link them to that. And then this here is just all commented out, so I don't need that. And there we go. So that pretty much makes up my form for my login. Now this code is obviously available. While I'm kind of breezing through this, the code is available for download. So just run through this, copy it out, of course, because it's always best to write it out if you can. But I am making it difficult to write out, of course, because I'm just commenting on it and not actually writing it out. I appreciate that. But hopefully that's given you a better idea of what's going on, and then you can just code it out in your own time. Okay, so with that done, let's go back now into our page, refresh, and there we go. We've got the sign in. Now, obviously, this says here logout because we're logged in at the moment, and we don't have the logout tool yet available. So what we also now need to do is build our logout. So let's just close this down. So in the accounts, in our URLs, we're now going to add a newer URL for logout. So we're going to use exactly the same process here as login. We're going to utilize the logout view from Django. So here I'm using the logout view from the auth views that I brought in, which is the Django views that are already pre-built for us. And then you can see here, I've added next page. So this is a new parameter. So when they log out, the next page is the account login. So that's where potentially the user is going to be taken to once they've logged out. And then the name is just logout. Okay. So there we go. So remember, these names are important. Remember, when we're actually building the reverse or linking to these resources, we're utilizing the name of the app account and then the colon and then the name of the actual URL path, the path. Okay. So that's how we're actually getting to these URLs and utilize them within our templates and views, if that wasn't clear. So now we've got that in place. Let's just bring, so we've got user login. We don't need anything else there. So that's pretty much all we need to do there. So let's now go in and create our template. So in fact, we don't actually need a template for our logout because we're just redirecting them. So inside of store base, I just need to update line 67. So that's in the update, that's in the base on line 67. We just basically need to now build that link to the logout. So this is going to be a URL and then the account. So remember here, I'm using the account, the app name, and then the name of the URL, which is logout to actually get the actual URL or to formulate the URL right there. So with that in place, I can now go into my page here, and you can now, that button down the bottom here, it actually shows me where I'm going to be linked to a logout. And there we go. I'm now being redirected to the login. So I can double check to see if I am logged in. If I go into my dashboard, if I try and access the dashboard, you can see that I'm taken to the sign in because I'm not actually logged in. So that's just showing us that that is actually protecting our page. And what's good about that also, you notice that the next is also the dashboard. So if I try to go to the dashboard, I get sent to the sign in page, and you can see then I'm going to be then redirected once I've signed in to the dashboard. So let's just see if I can sign in. Let's just try and use the account I created earlier. And there we go. So now we're logged in, and we're also now able to log in and log out. Okay, so that was nice and simple. Log in and log out, just utilizing the code, the views, the built-in views from Django. So now let's have a look at how to update and also delete our account. So this shouldn't take too long, updating and deleting the account. So you can see here in my dashboard, I've left this link here to change details. So this is going to be a separate template, which is then going to show, if you saw the preview, up the top here, I'm going to grab some of the fields from the user and allow them to, or not allow them to update the fields. That's the two kind of options there we've got when we want to show fields to a user. We want to allow a user to update some, but like, for example, the username or the email address, we don't want them to utilize, we don't want them to be able to change that, of course, because that's critical to their account in this system. So we'll allow them to update some details, but not others. Now, I'm not going to select all the fields here. You can expand as you wish. And then we're adding the delete option at the bottom. So let's go ahead now. And first of all, let's do the edit. So profile edit in the new path, and that's going to take us to an edit view. And we're going to call that edit details. So there we go. So let's go into our view now. And let's build a new view for this editing. So let's remember here that if we want to edit, if we want to allow the user to edit anything inside of, or anything to do with their account, they're going to need to be logged in to do that. So we're going to use the login required again here. We're going to create this new function called edit details. We can take in the request, and then if we're going to post an update here. So we're going to allow the user to change the form and then press update. We're then going to capture that post request from that page, and then we're going to perform the updates. So user form. So we're going to create a form for this. It's going to be the user edit form. And basically we're going to take in the user and the data and then check to see here if the form is valid. If the form is valid, so if the data matches up to the model data. So we just need to make sure that we're passing in a text field correct parameters. So we're not going to obviously put in, for example, if the field is expecting a certain amount of characters, it's going to check that and so on. So we're just validating the data against the table, and then we're going to save it. Now we've got this else here. So this is going to work similar to what we've done previously. So on this page, on the edit details page, that's initially going to just show the form, right? So that's what's going to happen. Now, if we send a post to this view, then obviously we're going to capture that information and update the user. That's what's happening here. So it's a two-step process. So we're going to send our form off to this view. We're going to capture it. Else, we're just going to show the form. So what we're going to need to do then is build this form. So let's go into our forms and just build this up. So inside of our form, let's do this at the bottom. Let's get rid of this. Okay, so inside our form at the bottom here, we're going to just add in this piece of code here. Right, so this is the user edit form. So we're just going to extend from model form. We need to include from forms. So we're just extending from forms. Good. And then now we're going to add a few little inputs here. So this is just showcasing how to actually perform this. So this looks very familiar if you've done this before in the previous items here. So first we're just going to bring in our fields. So email, username, and first name. So those are the three fields potentially that I want to work with on my form. And here I'm going to set out a label like before. And in addition to that, something new here is the read only. So here I'm adding read only to this. So I don't want the user to be able to update their email. So that's where I'm going to specify that in the read only area. Now that isn't necessarily the most, the best way of doing that. Maybe I want to add some validation here before I submit. So have a look at this code here up the top here. So potentially we're going to run the same function here. We're just going to check to see if the email that is entered into that input area matches an email that's already inside of the database. But what we want to do here is probably match the email that's in the input to the user ID. If it's the same, then we're okay. If it's not the same, it means they're trying to change it, in which case we don't want to allow that. So we could just add a function down here if we wanted to for that. So please go ahead and do that if that's something that you want to do. So here I'm just grabbing the model that I want to use. So let's just make sure the model's been brought in. Yep. And that's pretty much it. Email, username, first name. I'm not going to show all of those, I don't think, on the page, but just to show you how to bring those in. Now, if you're wondering what fields to bring in, just go to the user-based model and bring those in. That's as simple as that. So here we've got down here some overrides. So the fields username required true and email required true. So I can here kind of specify what fields are actually required for the user to actually fill in, for example. So if they are blank, it means that the user won't be able to submit that form. So that's just, again, some validation checking to make sure that the user has entered everything where they need to enter the data. So again, you can extend that and add some more items. Have a look at some of the other fields and tools, widgets that we've added in here, for example. Just be inspired by adding some more items there that fit your needs for that particular form. So now we have that form in place called the user edit form. It looks like we're probably going to need to bring that into the view. So let's go ahead and do that. So from forms, the registration form, and then also the user edit form needs to be also now included. Right, so now what we can do is obviously now that's connected up to the edit details. So let's just double check. We've now got that in place. So we've got the URL, we've got the form, and we've got the view. So what we need to do now is obviously just connect this up in our template. So let's go into the store. Nope. Let's go into the account, user dashboard. So inside of our dashboard here, we've got this link. We've got a link here on line 13, change details. So obviously we're going to need to add in the URL for that. So we've added in the URL then. We've added in the URL for the account, edit details. So let's now go back quickly to the forms. I've made a few changes. So all I'm going to show now is the email and the first name. So just make sure you've lined up the label. There was a few errors in the last code, and the first name, form first name. And then down here, we want to make the first name required true. Email is required true. But let's remember also we've updated the read only on the email input as read only. So we won't be able to actually type anything there. So assuming that we've done that, let's now go into our edit details page. So we've added now a new form on this template. So this is the edit details template in users. So we're going to need to add what we've done previously. Basically, this code is copied and pasted all the way up to the form there from the previous pages, the sign up, etc. And the bottom half of this is the same. And now we've created the form. So you can see here we've got the method post, and now we've got a validation check here. So when we do actually post something, we're going to have a nice little alert box appear saying or telling us that the details have been successfully updated. Right, so we've got that in place. And then you can see I've added a link to the dashboard so the users can go back to the dashboard if they want to. And then we've got a title here and some text. And then we've got another form validation here. So if there is an error, please try again. And then we've got the CRS token, which is obviously an important aspect here, and the 2 input fields with the labels. And of course, all that information is coming from the forms.py file. And then we've got the button, which is going to submit this. Now notice I've not actually specified where I want to send this data. So it's just method post. So this is just going to send it to itself and then perform the action based upon the view that we've set out. So remember, if it is a post, then it's going to perform the save, else it's just going to show the form. So now we've got that in place, we can go into our page here, refresh. You can see that this is the current username for that user. So let's go ahead and change that to something, press save. So it needs to be more than 4 characters. Okay, good. So let's press save and then go back into here. And you can see now we've updated the first name. And of course, you can do that to any of these fields here. Just expand and continue and add different fields if you want to. Okay, so that was the update. So let's go for the delete now. At this point, you're getting the general idea. We're going to need a URL for this, an endpoint for this. So let's just think about what endpoint we're going to need here. So we're just going to have a, for example, I think extend from profile, like the edit, and then just have delete. So that's going to be what we're going to do there. Delete view, delete user. So that's going to be our view. So let's just now go to our view. Now, let's put this view under the edit details. Seems like a good idea. So remember, if we want to delete a user, we're going to need to make sure that user is logged in, right? So, so let's bring in that login required. And then our function delete user. So we're going to get the user via request.user. So that's going to allow us to get the user ID. And then basically with this user, we're going to set is active to false. So we're not actually going to delete their account here because someone may hack into the account. We don't want to lose all that data straight away until we're sure we want to actually delete it. So we're just going to flag their account to false, which means they won't be able to log in. And then we're just going to save the data. And then you can see here, we're going to also log them out. So login, we're going to now bring in logout from the auth package there. So that's going to allow us to actually log out the user where I was. And they're going to be logged out and then redirected there to the account delete confirmation page. So it looks like we're going to need another URL here for the delete. Now we could also just put that on the page saying that your account has been deleted, or we could just redirect them to another page. Of course, I've just taken the process or decision just to add a new URL because it just gives me the opportunity to show that we can just add a template here into our URL. So we're not going to make a view for this. All we're going to do is we're just going to create a template, and you can see here I'm using template as view. So I'm going to need to bring that resource in. So that just allows me to utilize one of the class-based views, generic template view here, just to send them off to a template. All the logic has been handled by the abstracted to the class-based view, which is already pre-written in Django. So you can see here, I'm going to take into the delete confirm HTML page. So let's just build that very quickly. So that's in the account user. So new file here. There we go. So let's just quickly build that up while we're here. So that's going to be exactly the same as before, except we're not going to actually use a form here. We're just going to have a H3 and a P tag. So that's exactly the same setup as we're using on the other pages, extending, blocking the content, and then it's the same setup, center aligned, and then just with this text in the middle. So that's what we're doing there for that. So that's the delete confirmed. That is the template confirmed, delete done. So we've also now completed the view here. So we're going to collect the user, change their user status to false and save them. Okay, so that takes us to delete confirmed, which we've also now added in up here. So let's just confirm that. So that kind of aligns everything up there. So we should potentially now be ready to give that a go. So what we need to do in actual fact is go into our edit details. What we're going to need to do here is obviously add a new section so that the user can actually click on a button to delete. So I've not actually included it here because you can add this, but we can do an if request method post to the delete user, which means that in our edit details form, we can actually just create a form like normal, and then we can just submit that across. And if it is a post request, then it will go ahead and run the code in the view. But you can see here, I've just added a simple button here, which says delete. So that's in a simple form there. So I should now be able to go into my template and have a look at that. Let's go back to the dashboard, change details. So here I have my new section, delete account. Are you sure you want to delete your account? Yep, I'm sure. So that should now allow me to delete. Now I might want to take a separate step here. I might want to have a delete, then a delete page. Are you sure? And then it deletes. Now I don't want to delete this user. So let me just log out of this one. Let's go into the other one. So we go to account and change details, and let's go to delete. And there we go. It just says account deleted. Thank you. So let's go into now. Let's log in as the admin. So my login button isn't working. Account profile delete confirm. Okay, so I need to sort that out. So let's go into my account login. So a.com admin. So now I'm in here. Let's go into the dashboard here. Refresh, go to accounts. Let's go to user, I think 1. I think it was b@b.com. You can now see here that their active status has been disabled. So they won't be able to log in. So we can obviously just check that by logging out this user, trying to log in b.com. And you can see that the username password is not correct because the user account doesn't exist because it's been deleted. Okay, so there we have it, a very simple update and delete section. Now there's probably one more thing I need to add here that I've forgotten to include, and that's the password reset. So it's going to be a very common feature, isn't it, for users? They're going to forget their username. So we ought to also include a password reset. So now let's go ahead and deal with this password reset. Now this is a little bit more involved and we need to understand the process here of a password reset. So we'll go through that. Hopefully you'll have a better idea. Now we are going to use a lot of overrides here. It's going to look a little bit messy in our URLs, but I'll take you through that step by step so you can have a better understanding of what's going on. So let's just close all this. We're going to start off with going into our account and our URLs. Let's start here. So we're going to set up a reset option. So users are going to be able to go to a link where they can select reset password if they can't log in. So once the user has selected or they've entered their email they want to reset, an email is going to be sent to them to confirm that they want to change their email, and they'll be able to then click on a link from their email. That will take them to a new page whereby we then allow the user to type in their new password. And then once they've submitted that, we'll just confirm the password has been updated. And then they'll be sent to the login whereby they can then log back in with that new password. So that's the process we're going through. Probably a very familiar process you've taken yourself when you've had to reset your password. So this process is a little bit more involved. There's a little bit more to do here. And this is where it gets really messy here in our URLs. It'd probably be more suited to a view, but let's just get this done. So first of all, we're going to set up a password reset URL. So here we're extending again from the auth view. So remember, this is the Django built-in views that Django comes with a built-in login user login system. So we could, like I said at the start of this process, just use all of the generic templates for that, but we're just overriding everything here. So this time we want to kind of dig into this class here, and we're looking for the password reset view, and this is going to be then a method that we're going to override. So what we first want to do here is override the template name. So we're going to define a new template for this reset view, and that's going to be the password reset form. So let's go ahead and just create that. So that's going to be in the account user password. So templates account registration, also in the user, and then it's going to be called password reset form. So let's just add that. So that's that one. So I just put that text in there for now. And then the next thing I'm going to do is we need to, once they've actually reset the password, we need some sort of success URL. So to take them to the URL to tell them the fact that, yep, you can now check your email. And if you check your email, you'll then be able to reset your password. So we kind of need to sort that out next. So let's have a comma there. And let's put up here the success URL. Okay, so that's going to be a new URL that we're going to create, password reset email confirm. So that's going to be the name of it. So I guess what we could do is, well, we won't set that up just yet. So that's the success URL. And now we can then go ahead and set out the email template. So we're just going to define where the email template will be found. So it's going to be in the account user and then password reset email. So these template names, they do mirror the default template names. So I'm just using the default template names if you were to use the default setup in Django for this. So that's going to be in the user, and then let's create a new file here. That's the reset email, password reset email. Okay, so that's that done. And then also we're going to need a form. So we're going to need to set up a password reset form. So let's go ahead and define that. That's going to be called PWD reset form. And then we can just finish off there by just adding a name to this. There we go. So PWD reset. Okay, so that's the reset, the password reset configuration sorted. So let's go ahead now, and I guess we need to bring in that form. So that's the password reset form that we're bringing in. There we go. That's the password reset form. And then that should do for now. So let's go ahead now and just sort out this form for that. So that's the PWD reset form. So inside of forms, we're going to need to create a new form here at the bottom or at the top, wherever you want to put it. So that's obviously going to be called, as we've already specified, the PWD reset form. So let me just paste this in, have a look at this. So this is it here. So really simple. We've got one input for the password reset form. That's the email. So the user has to type in their email of the account that they have. And obviously then we're going to send an email to that account. So the email, so just a simple email field. And again, we're just adding this extra attributes here, the class, so that we can style it with the Bootstrap styling. We've got the placeholder and we've got an ID if we need to use an ID. And you can see here what we're going to do. We're going to perform a simple action here to clean the email, just to make sure it's in the right format for an email, for example. And then we're going to go over to the user base and then select where the email equals email. So now we've got the user. Now, if we do return something here, obviously we've got the user and the user exists, and then we can go ahead and send them an email, right? So if they don't exist, we just need to tell them that unfortunately we can't find that email address. It'd probably be better to say we can't find that account, or there's been an error. Maybe we don't tell the user they can't find an email, because then that suggests that when they do type in something, they found an email address of an account on our system, and that can maybe cause security issues, because now the person knows that that email exists on our server, and potentially now they can go to the next step of trying to hack into the account, for example. So that's pretty much it for the password reset form. We've just laid out the input form, and then we've just done some validation here. So this is where it gets a little bit abstract, because what we're doing here is we're using the existing view within Django in order to perform this. So we kind of need to kind of connect all this up properly. And this is why we've changed the template name, because the default template name, if we didn't add this, we'd be looking for accounts registration password reset form. And because we've got a custom setup here, we need to define that. So the success URL is the password reset email confirmation. And also we've updated, or we've changed the email template, because again, if we didn't do that, we would receive an error. The fact it's looking for it in particular, and that's in the account. So that would be in the account registration folder again, accounts registration folder. So we're going to now define our password reset email. And again, we don't need to set up a view here. This is just Django is going to automatically find this email by the fact that we've specified where the template is. So let's go now into our template. So there's no view that we need to set up here. So the first one is, let's do the reset email. So let's just pad this out. So in actual fact, what I'm going to do is, if you were to go into your event folder, this is a good point, and then go into your library and then go into Django, you'll be able to find in here the actual templates that we use, the default templates that are used for this type of process. So in Django, then the contrib folder, and then admin, then templates, and then registration, you'll find the password reset form right here. So in actual fact, all we need to do is to copy that and then put it into our own password reset form. So let's just get rid of that. Let's go into our own password reset email form, and we can just use that, of course. So you can see what they're doing here is they've enabled kind of internationalization in case we want to kind of translate this into different languages. I'll create a separate tutorial on that and how to kind of set all that up. So you can see the message that is going to be received by the user, site name, etc. Please follow the page and choose the password. And you can see here we've set up, it's automatically set up everything that's needed. So you can see behind the scenes, it's going to generate a token previously, like we've done previously when we set up the user login. So a similar type of approach here. And then you can see here your username, in case you've forgotten, is blah. Thanks for using our site, and so on. So that's just copied and pasted from the default Django template. So that should work exactly like that. So now we set up the email. We now need to go into the password reset form, of course. We've not done that just yet. So this form, as you might imagine, is going to look exactly the same as all the other forms, center aligned, utilizing and bringing in all the other tools. We just need to remember where this is. So it's in users, and then we need to back up one again to go into the accounts folder, and then we need to back up again to go in templates, and then we go into store, and then our base. So that's where we're finding the base again. We're extending from the base. This time we need to rename this reset password, for example. And then you can see that here is a simple script if you want to use this, for example. So a little bit of JavaScript here. A little bit of JavaScript here, whereby we're just forwarding the user, if they are logged in to the account dashboard. You can do that or not if you wanted to. And then we've got the style as per normal. And then we've got that container again, the same setup as before, top and bottom. And then we've got the form. So the form here isn't going to look too dissimilar to everything you've seen so far. So we've got our classes in as per normal, method post, action URL, And you can see that when we submit this, it's going to actually resubmit it to this page, to this view. Remember, we're using the built-in Django view. So you'd imagine they've got an if request equals post again, and then it's going to perform the action of actually sending an email. If not, it's going to show this form. So that's probably what's happening in the background with Django. Remember, again, I keep repeating myself, but again, we're not using any view here. We're using the built-in view. So we've got a simple piece of text here, and you can see that we've got the CRF token. That's important. And then we're just bringing in the email from the form. That's pretty much it. And there's a link here to the login if you wanted to include that too. So have a look at that code. It should hopefully now become a little bit more familiar, because this is what you've been doing for all the forms. Same type of process again. So that's how that's set up for the password reset form. So let's go back out of that. So what we should have now, if I just start the server up again. So it still says class password reset form, error name, password reset form is not defined. So let's have a look here. So the success URL is password reset form. So this is in forms line 79. So let's have a look. Oh, okay. So password reset form. So we just need to bring that in from the forms. So this is the built-in forms. So I just needed to add that into the forms. So that just brings it in here. We're just obviously just extending from the password reset form that's built into Django. So yeah, now we've got that in place. Looks like we can have a test of this. So let's go over to the password reset. Now, I was just thinking about the final code. I don't think I actually left a link anywhere for it. So you can definitely add this wherever you want to, of course. So let's just go to the password reset. And obviously that's in the account. There we go. So that's what it looks like. So what we're going to do is we are going to send an email. So let's just reset one of our accounts.com. So send an email. So then that takes us to this. So reverse for password reset confirm. We've not done this yet. This is why this is happening. So we haven't actually set up our password reset confirm. So remember here in our success URL, it takes us to password reset email confirm. So that doesn't actually, that doesn't exist yet. We need to build that. So let's just ignore that at the moment. But let's have a look inside of the console here. See if we've actually sent anything. So it doesn't look like we have. So we're going to need to sort out this next, the password reset confirm. So let's go back into our URLs then. So like I said, this is where it gets a little bit messy. So the path here, password reset confirm / and then we need the UID B64 and then the token. So that's the format, again, similar to what we've done previously when we activated the account. So we need to take in these parameters so that we can verify the user when they click on their email. So that's the page that we're building here. So we're going to bring in the built-in view again for this. So that's going to be the auth views. So building from the auth views. And this time we're going to bring in password reset confirm. So we're going to need to, because we're using this built-in view, we need to bring that in like the others here. So we'll go ahead and do that. So again, we don't need to build a view here. We're just going to extend this slightly. So we're going to need a template as like before. So that's the template that the user is going to see when they've confirmed or when they're resetting their password. And then we're going to need a success URL. So that's going to go to password reset complete. And then we're also going to need a form for this. So let's go ahead and build a form for this. So this is the form for the user to type in their new email. So that's going to be pwd reset confirm form. So we're going to need to bring that in to our URLs here so we can access that. Password reset confirm form. So let's go ahead and bring that in. So we've got user login form, we've got password reset form, and password reset confirm view. So we've already, oh no, we haven't. So let me just think what's going on here, because we're bringing in views there. I'm not too sure why we put password confirm view there. That doesn't need to happen, does it? That's not the form that I'm looking for. So the form is password reset form. That's what we're doing earlier. So this is the view from Django. So we don't need to import that because that's coming from the auth views. I'm not entirely sure why that was there. So I do need this form for sure. So let's just go back and just add this in. So that's the password reset confirm form. So now I need to go into my forms and I'm going to need to build this form. So this form here is going to be a input field. It's going to have two input fields, sorry. And that's just going to be password 1 and password 2. It's going to be a really simple one to set up. So we're just going to set up new password 1 with a label, new password 2, and a label again. So you can see I've just added some attributes to it, ID, placeholder. So there's no form validation here. That could be done via Django view that's already built for us. So that's pretty much all I need there. They're just identifying the forms that I want to use. And I'm only doing that, remember, because I want to inject the classes so that I can style it with Bootstrap. So that's the form for that. So it looks like we're kind of now on that next stage. It looks like that is now completed. So let's just go ahead to see how far we've now got in this process. So let's start again, aa.com. Okay, so now we're going, let's have a look at the, so now it looks like we've got an error here on line 20. So let's have a look at that. So does not match opening parentheses. So I just wondered if I've got the right amount. So it looks like I've potentially missed one here at the end because I am missing, like I said, it's a little bit messy. So at the end here, I'm missing the end. So we need to also here include, apologies about kind of getting out of sync here. We need to include a name here, don't we? So let's just give this a name. So name equals, and then that's going to be called password reset. I think it's lowercase. Confirm. Okay, so I think we've got that, and then we're going to need close that up and a comma. So that should finish that off. So that just includes now the name. So let's go back into our page and try that again. Okay, so let's see what we've got now. Okay, so name, error, set password form is not defined. Okay, so let's have a look up here. Let's have a look. Forms, line 93, class. Okay, right, so it's in the forms now. So let's go into the forms. Line 93, here we're importing set password form. So let's also remember to kind of bring that in. So we're going to need to, we're overriding the original form. So set password form. So that should now resolve that little issue. And you can now see the server is running. So let's go back now and refresh a.com. Let's have a look. There we go. So at the moment now, we've got no reverse match again for, this is the password reset confirm again. So let's have a look to see where that is. So let's have a look in our URLs. So here we're trying to look for password reset confirm.html. So let's just double check we've built that. No, we haven't yet. So we need to actually build a template for that. So let's go ahead and do that. So that's the password reset confirm form. So in here, this is where we're going to follow the same principles again. So we just want a very simple form again. So just paste this in. So at the top, we've got the importing again of the base. We're going to change the login name to reset confirm. And then obviously we don't want users who are already logged in to access this potentially. So we just take them to the dashboard. We've got some styling here. If you want to follow the styling, let me just remove this. Don't need that. So same style again. And then down here, we've got the same format again. We're going to have that middle aligned form. So then we go to the form. So this is going to be our password reset form. So here we're just going to post to yourself. You can see we're going to change your password. Please try again if there's an error. And then you can see I've got two inputs from my form new password 1, form new password 2. So that's all lined up. Now I've got some information here to help the user create a new password. And then I've just got the submit here. You can see I'm using Bootstrap 4. So let's just change that to Bootstrap 5. So that's in place. I've now got the login, the register at the bottom if they prefer to do that. If they've just remembered they do have an account. And that's pretty much it there. So just remove that image. I think we're good there. Okay, so let's now go into our page again, refresh. Now it still says reverse for password reset confirm not found. So I've kind of taken you through the whole steps here and not read the actual error properly. You can see that this looks like it's coming from this looks very much like the email page that we set up. So let's go into the email and have a look at what the problem is. Maybe you've already worked this out. So let's go into the reset email. Now inside the reset email, remember we just copied and pasted from the default reset email. Now, if we did that, what we find is that it's trying to build the URL to where the password can be reset, or where the password can be typed in again to reset. And you'll notice that here we're using the wrong URL, because if you remember, we're going to need to use the namespace account in order to get the reverse for this. So in actual fact, what we need is this account password reset confirm. So that's the problem there. We need to make sure that if we get any of those reverses, that we check to make sure that we're using the correct URLs. So that should now resolve that problem. So let's go back and try that again. And there we go. So this is good. So it means now that we've actually sent an email. So we should now have that email here. Yep, there we go. In the console, remember we set this up earlier in the settings. So all the emails go to our console so we can read them. So you can see now that process has taken place. And you can see that what we've done is we've now forwarded the user to the password reset email confirm. And if we go back into our URLs, the success URL is now being utilized. So password reset email confirm. So what we need to do now is build a URL for this so that when the user resets the password, they're taken to a generic page. It just says, yep, check your email, and then you can confirm and then change your details. So what we need to do now is just set that up. So let's start off by just building a new URL for this. So just as a fix here, what we're going to do is I'm just going to create this new path here, which is going to just extend from password reset and then password reset email confirm. So I'm just building on top of the password reset. So that's where we are normally when we reset our password. Reset our password, we type in our email, and then that will take us to this page here. So what we're doing is just extending that and then making this new URL, password reset email confirm. And then we're just using the template view just to build a simple template here without building a view. So we're using class-based views here built in just to override the template. So account user reset status. So we're going to need to build this new template just to say, like I said, the password has been reset and you should now check your email. So inside of users, we'll just create this reset status and let's just pad that out with something. So again, exactly the same setup, except for now, I'm obviously just outputting some words. So you can see if email in request get full path, so password reset successful, check your email. And then if complete, we're going to say that the password reset is complete. Now, what is that? Well, what we're going to do here is we're going to use the same page here for both the telling the user that the password has been reset and also tell the user that the password reset has been successful and you can now log in. So what's going to happen here is that if email in request get full path. Now this is just a simple way of finding out what the URL is. So here, for example, if we go back to the URLs here, you can see that the URL that we're going to use is our local host, blah, blah, and then this. Now, if the word is email is in here, if the word email is in this path, in this URL that you're currently on, then that then is going to show this piece of text here. When we do the next step, it's going to look for complete in the URL, in the path. And if it does, it's going to show this instead. So that's how we're going to show the two messages on the screen using this simple if. So because the URL in your browser will have the word email in it, we're going to show this. So let's try that out. So we should be able to refresh this page. And there we go. Now it says check your email for instructions. Okay, so that's how far we've got. We've now got the reset status. Let's just get rid of that and the forms. So this is where we are then. So to read through this, we've gone to the password reset. We've typed in our password reset. Okay, so now what we've done, we've used the templates here and we've got the success URL to confirm that the user has been sent an email. Great. So now we've defined where the email is going to be. Good. And now what's going to happen is that this is going to take over now. So the reset, password reset confirm is now going to take over. And we've already built this up. So we're now going to use the email that was sent right here. That takes us to the password reset confirm page. So let's go ahead and do that. And we've already built the form for this, so we should be able to see that. There we go. There's a few changes I need to make here very briefly. Let's just go back in our template. So what I'm going to do in my template is I'm just going to, it's the reset confirm, isn't it? I'm just going to default back to what I initially had on that page. You'll be able to see the code in the repository. So this is what I originally typed in because I just had a different style on this page. I just had the kind of a left and right setup, and it's really optional. I'll leave this in there for you if you wanted to kind of a different format for this page, for example. But you could obviously just format this into the consistently with all the other items that you have, or the other pages, sorry, that you have. So now we can go ahead and actually do this. So let's just double check this is all set up before we actually set up a new password. So let's go back into the URLs and try and read through this. So we've got the reset, that's all working. So we've defined the template name, that is all good. And now what we need to do is build up this success URL, because what we want to do now is when we type in that, we want to take the user to a page and tell them they are successful. Now we've already built the page here. When we built up the previous page, this template view here, the reset status HTML. So we're just going to reuse that, but we are going to build a new path for this. We will build a new path, but we'll just use the same template. So this is going to be the password reset confirm. We're just extending from the initial URL. So it's going to be password reset confirm /mg/password reset complete. So that's the URL it's going to be. We're going to be directed to password reset complete /mg/password reset complete. And again, I'm just using the template view and the generic class-based view. And you can see I'm using the same template as the status one we had before, but this time it's going to be called password reset complete. And you can see here, that's where the success URL is pointing towards here. So when we type in our new password, we should be sent to that page again that we built with the if statement on. Now, again, just to remember that this time, because the if statement or the URL will have the word, let's prefix that, it's not that one, reset confirm. Because the URL will have the word complete in it, then we're going to show this instead, password reset success, and then we're going to offer the user to be able to log in. So now then, let's go back. Let's change our password. So I don't want to change the password for that particular user in actual fact. Let's do it for B. So we'll send off a new email. So let's just grab that email. So that's not the email we're looking for in actual fact. So let's just try this again. Let's run the server. Let's just try this again. So password reset. So we're going to go to b@b.com. So we should have been sent an email now. It's not being captured at the moment for some particular reason. So get account password, password reset, confirm. So you might be wondering why it's not sending an email. So I was kind of leading you down a path here, because if you remember what we did with the user b@b.com, we actually disabled it earlier, didn't we? We actually set them to inactive. So in actual fact, we're not going to receive an email because the account isn't active. So let's just manually go into admin and just activate it to show that that is the case. It's going to require me to do some bits here. Okay, so we've just activated that account again. So let's go back in now and reset this. So we're logged in, so we can't reset. Just checking that. So let's log out. Now let's go back to password reset, and now we can reset. So remember, you can't reset if you're logged in. So now we can do b@b.com. So send an email. So we should now receive that email. Yep, we received the email at b@b.com. So we should have now a nice little link to go to. Let's just move this across. Now, it doesn't look like here, your username, please go to the following page. So notice now it's not actually showing me the page, the reset link, which is very interesting. So let's just go back to our email, just to double check that maybe there's a problem here that we've created. So we have updated the account password reset confirm. Okay, I'm not too sure why that didn't work, but I've just gone ahead in the email. Again, I just saved that page. I did nothing else. I don't think I saved the page. So we now have going back into the page and resetting my password again for the user B. I do now have the link. So let's use this link now to go back into the link, and let's just see this working. So we're now asked to change our password. Now you might want to do here some sort of validation, so they're not changing the password to the same password they had before for something, or we could check previous passwords. There's a whole host of things you might want to choose to do here. So I'm just going to change the password, and now you can see it's taking me to a page here, reset confirm OA, password reset complete. Okay, so you can see that the path is slightly different. I'm now being taken to OA, password reset complete. So it looks like I'm just using the wrong URL path here. Let's close that down. So here I chose the reset as MG, so OG. Now this you're going to find isn't very robust to do it this way, but we could, for example, just change the path here. So let's just change the path. Let's just do this. So for example, here, what I've done is I've just let's bring this across here. Let's bring this across. So in the password reset confirm URL, remember we changed the success URL to password reset complete. So let's just change that to account password reset complete. Okay, so we're going to use that instead. So slash account password reset complete. So let's go back into our reset again. Let's do this again. So I should receive a new email. Okay. So let's try this new email. Yep. So let's go back in and let's go to that. Let's just reset our password. Submit. So now we're taken to account password reset complete. So we're just specifying in more detail. It's probably a better way of doing that. So now all we need to do is change that in our reset confirm, which is this one here. So this is just going to be account slash password reset complete. So that should now work. So we'll just try this one more time. Send. We'll grab the confirm. Go back. New password. And then submit. And there we go. So now we can log in and we're good to go. So that's the process for resetting the password. Now you could go ahead and change the URL if you wanted to for the other item where we change the success item. So you can see here what we can do is we can extend. So when we don't have a slash at the start here, it means that we want to continue the URL that we're currently using. When we use a slash, it's referring to the root directory. So if I put a slash here, it's referring to the fact we want to start at the root directory and then move forward. And remember here, we're in accounts. So the root directory is going to be, if I type in slash here, it's going to be the domain name slash account slash and then whatever's there. So that's just a way of kind of sorting that success URL out there. So we've changed that slightly for this password reset complete. Okay, and we're complete with the user management. Hopefully that was useful. I think we've covered the main basis there of what you want to complete with a user. So allow them to sign up, log in, log out, update their details, delete their account, and change their password. Of course, we could also provide a password changing facility within their user area. So we could add that in as well. Now, one thing I didn't do, like I said, I haven't actually made a link anywhere for the users to actually reset their password. So maybe that's something that you would want to do and add into somewhere, add a URL somewhere for that. So I haven't done that. So it's a manual process at the moment. So just go ahead and add a URL for that somewhere. So next up then is payments. So we're going to be able to take payments. We're going to be utilizing Stripe, the service Stripe. And I didn't realize, I didn't take this into consideration. I do apologize that maybe this service isn't available in some countries. And I was asked to maybe include PayPal as well. And that's something that maybe I can do at a later point. So this is just really for reference to get you started here. Now, again, like we kind of breezed over a lot there in the user system, we didn't make it as robust as we could do. Again, I'm just trying to save a bit of time, trying to introduce you to this idea and then give you that first step into this type of development for you to then move on and just tidy this up. Refactor and then add in the features that you need. So similar to that type of approach, I want to show you a basic setup here for payments. Now, here's about, in this part of the system is about working out the workflow, understanding the workflow here of the system. So again, trying to actually write this out, draw this out to begin with. If you're going to model this out, maybe using UML tools or whatever you want to do, that is a really good idea. Because again, once you understand the process in your mind and on paper, then you just need to then apply that. And generally, over time, actually applying that's going to be the easy bit, and then the modeling and the working out exactly what's going to happen becomes the harder part of development. So let's just think very quickly then. So we're going to take a payment. So we're going to need a template for taking a payment. So that's probably the first thing that we're going to do. And then we then need to bring in the payment module. So generally what's happening here with Stripe and other payment providers is that they obviously need to follow, or we need to follow as someone who's taking payment, we need to follow security principles and protocols, I guess, country specific here maybe, but we need to make sure that we're following Data Protection Act and things like that. So this payment module by Stripe, they've built all the code, and in this instance all we need to do is bring that in their prescribed way and then follow their guidelines, put it into our page, and then we'll be able to potentially take payment more safely. Now obviously it's always recommended that we're using HTTPS to perform these type of actions, but while we're working here in development, we don't need to do that. Now with Stripe, because we're using Stripe, you're going to need to sign up for Stripe. That's one thing you're going to need to do. So you don't need a credit card to do this or anything. You should be able to just sign up with Stripe if you're, again, in a qualified country to do that. And I do apologize again if you're not. So we'll take you through that process. And then we just need to think about the payment system. Now, Stripe is going to manage that payment system. So as soon as we press pay, Stripe would take over in terms of contacting Visa or MasterCard or whatever, and there'd be maybe an extra step for the user to confirm payment, maybe by phone or whatever, and that's all handled by Stripe and Visa and the cards, etc. So all we need to do really is put their payment module onto our template, and then once the user's paid, we need to capture that information and update our own records. So we're going to do this in 2 steps. We're going to just integrate the payment module from Stripe first, and then I'm going to show you a backend so that we can actually connect in an asynchronous way to Stripe. And then as the actual payments are processed, Stripe can then confirm and send us a message directly to our server, and then we can perform an action based upon the outcome of that payment. Because one thing we need to think about here, or another thing we need to think about here, is when do we actually record when something is paid? So I'm going to be using the payment information from Stripe. They're going to send that to me and tell me when that actual payment has gone through and the monies have now been transferred. And that's when I want to actually save a record of the fact that an order has been taken. Now I've chosen here to, when the user has clicked on the payment button, I'm going to build a record of that transaction before the payment is confirmed. And then what's going to happen is that when the payment is confirmed, that is then going to update my database. So that's what I'm going to do. Now I'm going to try and do this in 2 steps. So first we'll just sort out the payment and then perform the order actions in the next step. So let's have a look. So once you've headed over to Stripe and you've signed in, etc., there's a whole load of documentation to read through. It really is it can be quite a lengthy process, or it depends on what type of payments you want to make, of course, and then how you want to set up your application. So I guess in general, there's 2 things or 2 general methods that you might want to look to with Stripe. One is using an online payment system where essentially you'll be forwarded to their portal, and then you'll be able to take a payment from their portal. So what you generally do is you add a catalog of products or services you might want to allow people to purchase, and you set that up all in Stripe. And then what you do is then direct them to the Stripe payment, and that will direct them to the Stripe page where they can pay for your products. And then you can obviously take the monies from there. So we're going to use this other method here, whereby we're going to create an intent. So what's happening here is that our customer comes to our page, our client page, so we're going to set up a template for that page. So what we're going to do is we're going to, when they come to our page, we're going to send that order information to the server. Now that order information includes the amount and the currency. Maybe that's Great British pounds or whatever that we're going to accept. And then we can also have a send some other metadata as well. Maybe we want to send the ID of the user, so that can be useful. So that when we return the data as accepted, we can match up the ID of the user or the order, ID of the order maybe, to the actual order. And then we can flag the order as completed or whatever. So that other metadata is really useful. So what we do before the actual user types in those numbers for their credit card, etc., they go to our page, and then we send the order via the server to Stripe, and that's a payment intent. Okay, so that all that detail. So what we're doing here is we're telling Stripe, okay, this is the intent to pay, say, £100, and what we then do is we build a customer ID at that point. So what we got now is a payment intent with details. And we've also now have a unique code for that customer. So what that means is that the customer can't play around with these numbers. They can't try and manipulate that payment at that point, because Stripe knows it's expecting, because we've already sent it an intent, it's expecting £1,000 or £100 or whatever, expecting the currency to be Great British pounds and so on. So we're building that first. That's going to come back to the server. And then on the page now, we're going to return the client secret as a key that we can then use to actually perform the payment. So that's step one that we're going to build. And then step two here, this is where the user now provides their card details on the page. They set all that up. And then what we can then do, now we're not using the server here to send the information. We're just going to use the JavaScript that's provided by Stripe to then send that payment off to Stripe. Now, Stripe will then sort that payment in terms of if it's a Visa card, maybe the user has to do an extra step for security. So Stripe will sort all of that out. So Stripe gives us the code that we're just going to plonk here on our client. And as soon as they've typed in those details, Stripe will then sort that out for us. So then what we do is we're going to set up a tool, a Stripe tool, that's going to monitor the Stripe payments, and then Stripe will be able to then send back or return to us a status of succeeded, for example, and then we can extract any data back, metadata maybe that we've set up in the intent, etc., that will identify that payment to that user or to that order. And then on the server at that point, we can then update our order records. So yeah, that's the process that we're going to use here. Now this is on the Stripe webpage. So that's at Stripe Docs, Connect, Collect, then Transfer Guide. So you can read through that and like the methodology here and the workflow here for this payment method. So let's just do this. This is the method we're going to use. I'll reference this as we go along. So first thing we need to do then is build a template. So let's go ahead and build a new app for this. So let's just get rid of all of these. And yep, let's build a new app for this. So let's just close the server. So this is going to be a new app, and we're going to call this something simple, say payment. Yep. Okay. Oh, I don't know what's happened there. So let's call this start app and then payment. Okay, so that's going to obviously create a new. That's going to create a new app here. So let's just register it. I don't think we're going to use. I don't think we're going to use a database for this, but let's just register this. So this is the payment module or payment app. Okay, so that's now registered in settings if we need that. So, so first thing we're going to do then is we're going to build a template for this. So let's go into templates, and now we can open up a new folder. Let's call this payment. So put all the templates and the payment in this payment folder. So I'm just going to call this, I don't know, home.html. I'm sure you can think of a better name for this. I'm just going to call this home. So inside of our home, this is where we're going to build our form. So it's going to be exactly the same styling as before. So I'll start off with that. Let's drop that down. So we're going to go off with the same styling as before, and then all the way up to the form again. We're just going to set that up. So our container, etc., etc. This time, I'm also including here an extra section here called card errors. Now, this is from the documentation. It's called card errors, and we'll load that up. So if there is an error that a user has made, we can just, essentially we're just going to capture that, right? So that's a new kind of section there. So underneath here, this is where we're going to add our form. So let's not forget to use the M block. Okay, so that's the setup then. Our div setup, that's going to give us the center aligned form. So let's now go over this form. So the start of this form is just going to be a few labels. So I'm going to set up some random labels that are from the user table, for example. So let me just go ahead and do that. So here, like I said, I'm not going to be utilizing the Django form here. So I'm just doing this manually to begin with. When you feel a little bit more comfortable, maybe you might want to try and integrate it. So there are a few kind of technical things here that I'm just skipping. What we're trying to do here is we're trying to add this data into like a safe area, so then it can be potentially sent across to Stripe. And I'm kind of just not doing that at this point. I'm just going to create some data here that I can pass into Stripe as metadata. So it goes to the server, and then I can capture that information once the information has been paid, once the products have been paid for. So here I've just created some columns for some different items. So first name, email, address to country, state, postcode. So this is a simple setup. Maybe I can actually view this now. Oh, I'm going to need to set up my URL. So let's just go ahead and set up the URLs and view this. So same situation again, then just setting up the URLs for this. We're going to need to go into core URLs, and then we're just going to go into the account here. Let's just change this down, copy this down, and then we'll just set up our payments for this. And then account is going to be payment. Okay, so that's going to just set up and extend the URLs to the payment area. So let's just create a new file in payment called URLs. Hopefully this is becoming second nature to you now. So that's our URLs for our payment. And then in our URLs, we're just going to need, well, we can set up a few URLs. I'll just paste this in. Let's have a look. So we're going to set up the app name as payment. And then we've got the home page here that we're going to use. That's going to be the basket view. And then you can see we've got order placed, error, and also webhook. So let's just ignore that for now. Let's just sort out the first one out here. So this is going to be our basket view. So we're going to build a simple view then called basket view. So let's just do that now. So in our view, one thing that we're going to do, how I've set up my payment system is I want the user to be logged in to actually go to the payment page. So what's going to happen here is that if a user gets to the payment page, they're going to be asked to log in. So they're going to be forwarded to the login to actually log in. So that's what's going to happen here. So login required, and then we've got our request. So we're going to return, obviously, in this case, we're going to return the, just got my indentation wrong. We're going to return just our template to begin with. So let's just do that. And yeah, let's just give it let's just return a template. So that's in payment and home. So we've set up the template already. So that should just be it for now. Let's go ahead and just go to our payment area. Let's sort out the page that we're going to need. So payment / and that's it. There we go. So this site can't be reached because I've not turned it on, of course. There we go. And you can see what's happening now. I've tried to access the payment page, and you can see that it's taking me to the login page with the next being payment. So it's actually going to take me to the payment page once I actually log in. And there we go. So I'm now at the payment page. So what I've created so far is a simple form set here with country, state, postcode, address, email, customer name. Okay, so that's how far we got at the moment. So let's just go back to the collect payment. So we've created our template now, so the client can go to our page. So now what we need to do is we need to send the order information to the server and then set up the intent. So from the server, we'll send a message to Stripe about the actual payment intent. And that's going to include like I said, the quantity, so the amount that needs to be paid. So I am going to need to kind of go into my admin here and just add some products, of course. So let's just build a category very quickly. Let's call it Django, save, and then go into products. Let's add a new product. And choose a file. And let's just go into where this is. I should have some images here already. Cool. And then press save. Oh, price. Okay, so I've got a product now in my system. So let's go back to here. Let's go to Django. So what's going to happen is I'm going to add this to my basket. And then I'm going to go to my basket. Now I want to connect this button in my basket up to my payment. So I can do that now. So this is the basket. So let's go into my templates and go into my basket and then the summary basket. That's the page that I'm on. So I need to find out where that button is. So I can then actually make that payment. So the button, let's just remember, is called checkout. So I can use that to actually identify where that is. There it is. So that's the button. So I'm going to need to update this here. So let's remember we're using if we go back in the URLs, we're using the app name. Remember, we're setting that up. So in our core URL, we're setting up the namespaces. That makes it easy for us to access the URLs. So there we go. We've got that now set up. So now there's a link to that page. So let's go back into our system here, just refresh so it updates the link. So now I can see that's going to be working. You can just about see at the bottom left. If I move this up a little bit, you'll see that. There we go. So that's taking me to payment. So now I'm in the payment page. So like I said, the first thing I want to do now is I want to now send from the server a post intent. Now, obviously what's happening here in respect to the server is that when they go to this view, and I return the payment, obviously they're here in this view before I return the payment. So this is my server. So this is where I need to now start to build that intent. So this is where I need the information. Now, I'm not going to take the information from the basket because remember, what should be the main source of information, the truest form of information is the actual session. Remember, we kept the data in the session. So let's get the basket from basket app. And then let's instantiate the basket class, and then we can access our session now inside of our view. So what I can now do in our basket view is I can now bring in that, and I'll bring in the basket. So step number one, bring in the basket. So I now have access to that session data. Now I can use some of the functions I've set up now in my basket. So I can get the total price, and that's then set the total price up. That gives me the total price. Now, the thing is here with the total price is that it's in a decimal format. If I want to send an intent to Stripe, it needs to be as an integer, a whole number. So £10.99, I need to get rid of the dot and just send 10.99 as a whole number. So I turn because this number is returned as a decimal, I turn that into a string. And now what I can do is do a string replace. So I'd replace the dot in that string with nothing. So now it leaves me with a string of in this case 1099 instead of 1099, 10.99, and then I can go ahead and turn that into an integer. So I'm just taking, there's obviously a quick way of doing this, but I'm just taking you through the process here so you can refactor that. And now what we can do is we can now send a Stripe intent. So what we're going to need here is our API key. So if you go into your Stripe area, if you've logged in, go into developers and go to API keys. Here you're going to be able to find there's two keys. There's a secret key and a publishable key. Okay, so you're going to need to collect those and have those ready. So mine's ready. So what we're going to need is I think it's the secret. No, we're going to need the API key to send a Stripe request. So let's go ahead and just copy that. So this is my publishable key. I'm going to use, I think it's for my SEO key. Let me just quickly remember. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to use this. We're going to use this key here. So let's go back to our code. Right. So what we're going to now need to do is send that intent. So we're going to need to grab our key, our Stripe key. I don't think that's the right one. So let me just update that with this one. Now these keys won't appear in the code I give to you, so you're going to need to generate your own key, of course. So now I need to actually build an intent. Okay, so this is where I actually now set up this metadata. So intent equals Stripe. So Stripe dot payment intent dot create. Okay, so now we've got the amount I want to send, the currency, and I've also now set up some metadata. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the ID of the user inside of there. So what's going to happen here is I'm going to send that off. When the user makes that payment, I'm going to collect information from Stripe, the fact that they paid, and then I'm going to use that ID in order to match up that order with the user. So then I can show that user in the user's dashboard. It just matches up the user with the order. And that way I know who's actually ordered and who's paid, etc. Okay, so that's going to be really useful. And now there is another piece of information, and that's once we've done this intent, like I said, what's going to be returned is a client secret. And I'm also going to use that client secret to match the order that I'm going to save on my database to the actual order that's been paid. So that's the kind of client secret that's completely unique for each transaction that I'm going to use and save, like I said, later on in my database, and I'm going to return it when a payment is made from Stripe. Now, this isn't going to work at the moment because what I need to do is actually install Stripe to get this working, so that we need to actually install the Stripe module here. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's go ahead to PyPy and get this sorted. So let's type in Stripe. So this is it here, Stripe 3.0. So you can see that that's just going to be a pip install and Stripe 3. So let's go ahead and do that. Get that ready. Oh, what am I doing? I just paste that in. Okay, so that's Stripe installed. Let's just run the server again. Right, so now we have our API key and we've now sent an intent. So let's remember, apologies for keep repeating myself, but when the user lands on the basket page to pay, then we're going to get all the information from the session, and then we're going to set up the intent. That's going to return, like I said, that's going to return the secret client, the secret user key. That's what we're going to use next to set up everything. So we're going to return, and now we're going to return the home page for the payment and also the client secret. So now what we've done, if we have a look at our guide, so now we've the clients come to our page, and what we've done, we've sent, before they get to the page, we've created our intent from the server, and now we're going to return that back to our page. So this is what we need to do next. So that's what we've done here. We've grabbed the intent that's been made by Stripe, and now we're going to actually return that back to the page. So let's go back to our page. So at the bottom here, oh no, not this page. Is this page? No, this is this. I think it's a page, summary page. So let's have a look. Let's close this up. So let's go back into our basket. No, it's not a basket. Remember, it's our payment home. So now we're back into our payment. Now what we need to do at the bottom here is collect that information. So now back into the home. This is in the payment home template. At the bottom here, I'm just going to set up a submit button. So let's go ahead and do that. So at the bottom, I've added now form. I've now got a button. I'm going to collect the client secret in this data point here, reference to it as secret. So I could make a hidden div at this point and put it into there. So now I've got the client secret. Now, the reason why I bring it back onto the template is I'm going to need to read that in my JavaScript. So that's why I'm doing it there. So there's a few ways you might want to do that. So I'm returning it as a secret here, and then I can extract it out or include it in my JavaScript. So that's what I want to do next. So that's that. So I can use that in my JavaScript in a minute. Now I'm going to be utilizing a post here. So I'm going to need a CSRF token. So I'm going to just set up this little script here so I can pass over the CSRF token to my JavaScript files. That's what I'm doing there. So we'll see that in a minute. And then I'm going to need to bring in the Stripe JavaScript. There we go. So this is the JavaScript we're going to need for Stripe. This is going to set up the payment, secure payment, etc. So that's a kind of mandatory thing that's provided by Stripe. And then what I'm going to need to do is set up my own JavaScript file. So let's go ahead and do that. So this is going to be in payment and then in payment and then index.js. So inside of here is going to be the details about collecting the information and then formatting the information correctly, and then also then sending off the actual payment. So here I actually now need to set up my JavaScript to actually perform these type of actions. So let's go back into static here. We're going to create a new folder called payment. Inside of here, we're going to set up a new file called index.js. Did I just do that? No, I didn't. Okay, new file, index.js. There we go. So inside of our JS file then, in our index.js in the payment in the static, first thing we're going to need to do is bring in our API key. So let's go ahead and do that. So just be careful because these keys do change. They rotate. So that's my key in place. So now we're going to build a simple Stripe element for the payment. So whereas before here in our form, if we go back to our form, excuse me, if we go back to our form, I've manually created these at the moment. So we're going to use a Stripe element, a pre-created element by Stripe here to take the payment. So what we can do is we can hook into these pre-created elements. We can do the same here for the address and email, etc. In actual fact, I'm just showing you the actual payment element that we're going to hook into. And these pre-formatted, pre-created elements can be utilized and put on the page. Now that creates a very secure way of dealing with the payment system using these pre-formatted elements, because you can imagine they're designed and built specifically for security, updated, etc. So it protects us if we make a mistake with our code, for example. So like I said, you can add in other elements. Here I'm just going to use the payment element, which is going to take the payment from the user. Now, what we need to do is just follow the guidelines here. So let's just have a look at the steps for creating an element. So I'll just make you aware of Stripe does have a GitHub repository with lots of different examples of how to actually fulfill and to create some of these different elements. So by all means, have a look at some of those. So deep within the documentation here, see if I can zoom out. So we're in overview, development tools, building with Stripe API, building with Stripe, Stripe.js and elements. So we're here at the moment. This is where we are. I'm just zoom back in again. So this is going to give you a general overview of how to actually use elements within your code. So you can see here, we're going to need to start off with importing Stripe. So that's all good. We've already done that. It does say the header, but we're using it near the footer. So next of all, we're going to need to make an object. So we're going to need our API key. So we've already done that. So that's currently where we are. So now we're going to define the elements we want to create. So there's a range of different elements that we can build. Here's an example here of some of the elements we can build. And like I said, they do have a GitHub source code here if you want to have a look at how to do that. So let's start off by identifying the submit button. So we're going to store that in this variable called ELEM. So that's a submit element. So let's go back to our home and just make sure that the button is the ID submit. So that's the first step. So we're going to need here the client ID. In order to actually take a payment, we're going to need that client secret. So here, if you remember, I stored it in this data secret on the home page. So it's just right here, for example. So I'm collecting that information. Remember, I passed that from the view when we created an intent that was generated by Stripe. So now it's passed back to the template. And now I'm accessing it with the JavaScript here. So the next thing I want to do is I want to set up Stripe.js and elements to use in the checkout form. So I'm going to build the form, in this case, like I said, just the payment element. So the first thing I need to do is kind of bring that in, the elements, and define that. So var elements equals Stripe elements. So now I have access to the Stripe elements. So I can go ahead and add in some, if you're familiar to React, etc., I can go ahead and add in some style here. So notice this is not CSS. So go ahead and just familiarize yourself with JSX if you want to extend this styling. So what we're going to do now then is we're going to create an element. So there are some predefined elements that we can build. If you have a look at the Stripe documentation, here we're just going to build the card element. So where we can actually type in the card number, and that's also going to provide us where we can type in the sort code or the ID of the card, the CSV, sorry, and also then potentially your postcode. So there's a few numbers that is going to capture all in one element for us. So now we've got that, we need to identify on our page the element we're going to use to put that input field in, and that's the card ID element here, or the card element. So let's now go back into our home here. So let's remember this template. This is the payment template called home. Now what we're going to do here is we're going to create a new label and an input. So we're going to create a little line break. This is going to be the payment section. Now this is going to be the credit or debit card section. And what I'm doing here is I'm creating an empty div. This is where the payment element will appear. The pre-created payment element from Stripe. This is where it's going to appear. And I've named this ID card payment so we know where to put it on the page. So that creates the element. So let's go back into the index here. So if you remember, actually, let's go back to the home. If you remember up the top here, I added a div and an ID of card errors. So what I want to do is if there's an error in typing in something in that form, I want to flag it on the page here. So let's just bring in that piece of code here in our JavaScript. So this is it. So card on, so change. So when there is a change in that form, sorry, in that input, this function will appear potentially. So what we're going to do is we're going to display the errors. We're going to collect the card errors. So let's go back to home. This is called card errors. So we're going to identify that element and then we're going to inject something into it. So if here, so if we do have an error, then we're going to display the error. And now that error is going to be formatted and presented by Stripe. That's already pre-created. And in addition to that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add this class for a bootstrap class. And that's just going to style it into an alert, change the background color, for example. Else, what's going to happen is no error is going to appear. And I'm then going to also remove those classes from that element. And obviously then the styling will be removed from that element. So this is basically just a block that's going to capture any errors and change this block styling and the text within it if there is an error that's been generated by the user when they've tried to type in their details. So once you've done that, just make sure that there was a duplicate that I made there. I duplicated this code. So just make sure that there's only one of that. So we've got 26 lines of code at the moment on the index.js file, and that's obviously for the Stripe payment. So just go over to your views and just remind you to import Stripe there at the top. So that's in the payment views. So just remember to add Stripe. And then if you've not done that, I did say earlier, but let's just go back and just clear that a second. So I think we installed the wrong package. So we needed a pip install and then just Stripe, not Stripe 3. It will install the latest version, but go ahead and do a pip install Stripe, just in case it didn't work earlier. For me, for some reason, it was causing a problem. So I had to do that. And then, of course, just remember your API key. This is the secret key. And not the normal API key. So just going back into there, your API. So it's your secret key that we've included there. So just double check that is the case, not the initial key at the top here, which I originally did. So that's in place. Right, so we're getting closer now. So now what we want to perform is the action. So when we press pay, we're actually going to then send the payment to Stripe. So that's the next thing that we're going to need to do here. So I'm back in the index page now. That's the static payment index file. So now we're going to build this up so we can capture the information from the form. So we're going to, in this case, just add an element on the page and then give it an ID. So here on the home, I've got this div here with the payment ID. So that's probably in the wrong place. I should put this in the form here. I'm just going to leave that there for now. So essentially all we're going to do is just collect all the information in the form. So we're kind of bringing that element in, and then we're going to build up an event listener for the form here. So basically when someone presses submit, we're going to detect that someone has done that, and then we can perform an action. So that's what we're going to do now. So this is the action inside of here. What we're going to do is we're going to perform a Stripe confirm payment. That's what we want to do. So let's just bring that in. So Stripe confirm payment. We're going to need to bring in the client secret also, and then we can start to add some data. Now, when we receive some data back from Stripe, we'll see this structure, this data structure, and you'll see what data you can send across. So in the payment method area, we can send across the fact we're paying by card, and then we can also add the billing details. So notice here, I've collected the billing details. Apologies, it seems to just disappear every time, strangely. Just here, for example, oh, no. That's going to need to be inside. So 1 second. So inside of here, I'm going to add some simple variables here. You can see that I'm just going to collect some data from the form. So here I'm identifying it by ID. So if I go back into my form here, let's just grab, for example, the address. You see it has an ID of cust add. So I'm just collecting the data from my form, which can definitely be tidied up here. And you can see I'm going to put it in this data structure. So this is what I'm going to be sending across in addition to the payment details, the card details, to Stripe. So that in essence will send now the data off. So I want to kind of perform some error checking now because I want to know whether the payment was, for example, successful or not. So now I can go ahead and just finish that off. So where are we? We've got name. Okay, let's just let's bring that up for now. So that will finish there, and then we can do a then. So let's put this in. Okay, so then we are going to, if there is a payment error, here we're just going to console log out the result of an error message, but we might want to perform some sort of action on the page, of course. Now, if, for example, we do return a result and the payment intent.status equals succeeded, that will mean that essentially that the payment has taken place. Now, the problem here is that the time it takes the user to press the button, submit button, and maybe they remove that tab maybe they close down the browser. The problem is here that we've got a risk of closing the browser before the callback. So the callback being we're sending data to Stripe, and it might take a couple, this could be an asynchronous request. So it might take a couple of seconds maybe to get a request back from Stripe before we actually do something. So we need to be careful of that, and that's why I'm going to show you a different process of recording whether the payment is or has been successful. So here we're just going to console log out just to so you can see the payment has been processed in the console. And then you can see here what we're going to do is then just forward the user when the result is succeeded to this new page here called /payment/order placed. So we're just forwarding them to that URL. It's a static URL that we created. We may want to make some sort of dynamic link there at some point. But there we go. So you can see that what's going to happen, we're going to send the payment, and then we're going to check to see if it has been paid or not. Okay. So in the project folder, you're going to see a file here called stripe.txt. And there's 3 numbers here. You'll see this on the Stripe website, but basically this first number, this is a card number that you can utilize to test your Stripe payment. And this requires no authentication. So you won't find that the Visa box pops up with the secondary verification test. Here is just a simple authorization test. It should be able to pay. And here, if you want to simulate an error, of course, you want to check and you want to design your system so to capture those errors and potentially do something if there is an error. So those are the 3 credit card numbers that you can use. That's in a file there called Stripe. So let's just copy this here. What I'm also going to do in the views, I'm just going to add here a print, and that's just going to show the total, just to show that the total is going down. Just to double check, we can do these type of checks here. So let's just turn on the server and make sure everything's okay. Line 19, amount. Oh, okay, I put that in the wrong place. Sorry, we don't want to put that there. So let's put it there. Okay, so we've got a line here from views, line 27. There seems to be an error. It's a syntax error. Well, yeah, for some reason we've defined variable. I wonder where that went. I put it in the wrong page. I don't know what happened there. So we can just get rid of that. That shouldn't be there at all. Okay. Now that should be okay. So we've got this print here. So let's go back into our browser. Let's just take a look at this work. So let's go back to our home page. We've got one item in the basket. It's £10. So let's go to our checkout. Let's just type in our name, address, apartment, United States, California. And then we've got our card number. So just go back, remember here in our Stripe file, we're just going to copy this payment number. There we go. Okay, and let's go for a payment. And there we go. So this pops up. So this is the security check that the user would see, depending on what different type of card payment system they're using, Visa or MasterCard, etc. So now we can go for the complete, and that will then complete the process. Now it might take a couple of seconds to do that, and you'll notice that we're directed now to the payment order placed. So that means essentially that the order has been taken, the money is there, and let's go into the console. We didn't seem to get that message. We wanted that print. So let's just double check that code. Inner index here. So we wanted a console log payment processed. That didn't seem to happen for some reason, but you did see that we've got the window and we are forwarded to the payment order placed. So it looks like that was working. Also, we've seemed to have printed out the word total. So that was a bit weird. Obviously, I wanted to print out the actual price, but we saw in the actual Stripe payment, and we can just do it again. We can do it a number of times. There's no limitation here that we need to worry about. So let's just do this one more time, just to double check. Let's go back. So one thing that we're going to do, or we need to do, is actually remove items from the basket when the payment has been taken, because you notice that the items are still in the basket. So there's always little things that we need to think about and do. And there's another reason why we should potentially document this. So let's just add that to the basket. Let's just add 3 this time. So that's going to cost £32. So let's go to the checkout. So this is going to be needed. So put the card number in. You are going to need to put the right date in. So if you put a year, you can see that there's an error because the year is obviously 21. So it should be that and over. So we'll pay again. So we've got our payment here. And you can see it's the right amount, which is all good. So we'll just try that again. We should be taken to that page. There we go. So still not getting that console log. Okay, we're still not getting that console log for some reason. But if we go back into the here, you see that's not found. Actually, as well, we're not getting the print. Oh no, we're not. Okay, but the order has been taken. So that's cool. Right. So it looks like the order has been taken. So what we're going to do now is we're going to set up this Stripe backend here so that we can connect to Stripe and get all the details. So now we've created some data, some payment data. We can go into the Stripe developers area and look at the events. And here we'll detail all the events that have occurred. And you can see that I've added an additional. I've tried to pay for some more items here. So we saw the £10.99 item here. It's been paid. So we've got some details there. Now we can drill down further and have a look at the data. And you'll notice that it's sending across the amounts. That's what we set up in the view. You can see line 1 and line 2 of the address and the postcode entered. That's just the random text that I placed in the form. And also, if I go to the meta area, you can actually also see the user ID of 1. That was placed in the view. If you remember, I added that to our view here, the metadata, and I grabbed the user ID from the system. So we also now know which user placed the order. So moving forward from this data that you see here in Stripe, we can collect that data by installing the Stripe tool that allows us to do that and kind of sync our server up to our account here. So ultimately what we have is the ability to monitor the payments. When there is a payment, that will be a payment intent succeeded. So now what we can do in our view, what we will then be able to do in our view is capture those, and that will mean that the actual payment is complete, and then we can update our database. So let's just first of all set up the tool that allows us to kind of connect to Stripe and kind of capture all this information first. And then the next part of the tutorial will set up the database to kind of save that data in a database. Okay, so for Windows, I've headed over to the doc Stripe CLI here. So Stripe CLI, you can see for Windows, if I go down here, we've got a few options here depending on whether you're on Mac or Linux, etc. So for Windows, you've got a downloader, an exe. So let's go down and have a look at that. So just go ahead and download this exe file here, the x86-64 zip. So it's only 6 meg. So download that, and what you'll need to do is then put that into your project folder. Or the best way of doing this, I find, is putting it into the project folder. So that's the exe file. So extract it into your folder. So this is it here. And then we can run this from the terminal. Right. So what we're going to need to do then is just open up the terminal. So Stripe and then login. Okay, so that's my firewall. We're probably going to allow that. Okay, so there we go. So now we have a pairing code, lovely prompt LED classy. Okay, so this pairing code verifies your authentication with Stripe. Okay, so we now need to open up the browser. So I'm just going to copy that. Let's open up our browser, press enter. So it's going to ask me probably to kind of allow that. So do I want to allow that? So I'm just basically connecting my machine CLI to Stripe, so then I can start to receive that data from Stripe about the payments, etc. So allow access. And we're going to need to confirm my password if I can remember it. Okay, and then we're done. So my machine now is connected to Stripe, so to speak, so I can collect that information that's recorded about payments. So let's just close that. And now I've already logged in, and now I can run my first command. So I can go ahead and do a range of different things here. But what I'm just doing here is I'm just listening for webhook events. So I'm just looking for events. So remember again here, these are the events. So I want to start to record those events on my server, so I can then start to perform some actions based upon those events. So now then we can run the Stripe listen. So basically that's going to then start listening for events. So we've got our webhook secret. Okay, so let's go ahead and now just go back to our website, and let's just go back to, for example, let's go through the process again. Oh, we're going to need to turn the server on, of course. So let's just add a new window here. There we go. So now if I refresh, go back to my basket and go to the checkout. Of course, at this point, I should have made an intent how our system works, right? So let's just go back into our Stripe here, and you can see the intent has happened right here. So we're just basically getting all the logs now from the server. So if I go further and do the payment, etc., obviously that's going to record that too. So we're now connected. We're now ready to go for the next part, where we're going to actually start now saving the order. We can now make payments. So now we're going to start thinking about making payments. Okay, so I think we've built a template, and we've gone ahead and we've sorted out the payment. Now this is very rough here, isn't it? It's not very robust at all. We've got things working, and I guess this is the first stage. If we can get the first thing working, we can work on that and just make improvements slowly and improve upon it. It does mean a lot of reading through that documentation for Stripe. There's a lot to read there and to understand, and you're going to need quite a depth knowledge of JavaScript to kind of implement some of those element items if you're going to expand the elements, most definitely. But once you've got it, you've done it. Now, like I said earlier, there are examples. Stripe has provided us examples, and for the beginner, it's pretty complicated. Hence the reason why I've kind of tried to simplify it here in this JavaScript, so that at least we can start utilizing it. And then as we get better and our understanding improves of Stripe and JavaScript potentially, we can obviously add more. So we've also finished the capture. So we can now capture events from the server. So what we're going to do next is have a look at saving and recording the order. So we're definitely on the final stretch here. So now we're going to start thinking about the orders. So we need to start saving the orders, confirming the payments, and we're going to use that CLI, Stripe CLI, to kind of help perform that type of action. And then we're going to finish the payment templates if we need to, just finish that flow up and all the links that we're going to need. And then we just add the orders to the user's dashboard so they can see their orders. And I think that's just as far as we're going to get here. So let's get started. So first of all, let's go ahead now and create a new app. So start app, and we're going to call this, I think we're going to call this just orders. Yeah, let's just call this order. Orders, yeah. So we've got this new app now, orders. So now what we're going to try and do is build a database for the orders. So let's just close this down. We don't need that. Let's close all these. So let's go ahead now in our models and build a table for orders. So this table, you can do whatever you like, of course. I'm going to just set this up with some basic fields. So what I'm going to need is some tools to help me do that. So I'm going to be utilizing decimal, so I'll bring that in. I'm also going to utilize the setting area, so because I'm going to be connecting this potentially to foreign keys, for example. So who's made the order. So remember, the user is going to be in the database because you're going to need to sign up before you can pay. So I want to build that connection between the user and the order. So I'm going to need the settings to access the order, so the user's table, and then obviously the models and also then the products. Because what I want to do here is I want to save the order and the products that they purchased. So let's go ahead first. I'm just going to grab the products table that I've built here. So we've got the user that's connected to the user model. So I can collect what users actually made the payment, and then I'll get their full name. Now, what I'm doing here, you might think, oh, I'm just duplicating data because I know the user. That's fine. I know their full name because that's in the user table. I know their address. But we need to think about this. Well, the user might be at their home address, but they might want to order somewhere else. So we don't want to use their home or fix. We don't want to fix it so they actually use their home address. So we want to record that separately, potentially, to the order. So that's related directly to the order rather than the user here. So that's why you might see some duplicated fields here that you might think that you could use from the user. Now, obviously, thinking in the broader scope here, to start thinking about making this system more effective, more robust, etc., it might be that you have an address table connected to the users table and with multiple addresses. So the user would actually update their address or use multiple addresses, and that way we could save their address and allow them to use that address later. So here we're just outlining really in this system the potential of building this type of system rather than thinking about those really kind of intricate, complex, advanced kind of tasks that we can perform. And hopefully this will give you a good footing to kind of take you towards those more advanced aspects that you might want to implement in your system. So here we've got just a range of different fields. The important one here is billing status. So we're going to save the billing status as false, and then we're going to capture the data from Stripe, and then we're going to perform the fact that they've actually paid for the items. So that's going to be changed by Skype, or we're going to get that to change via Stripe. Sorry, not Skype. So that's the order table. Now we'll just add some meta to that, and we're going to add a foreign key table. So that's going to be the order items. So for each order, there's multiple items. So we've got like a one-to-many relationship here. So this is order item. We're going to have a foreign key to the order, and then we're going to have a foreign key to the product. So what we're going to do here is we're going to put the product ID here. So the order, the product ID, the price and the quantity. So this might be something that we look into another time. But here, essentially what's going to happen, every product that the user purchases is going to be recorded here. Whether that's the best way of doing it, probably not at this point. But again, it's going to provide us a functional way of getting this working nice and quickly. So let's get this in place and we can start to think about changing that at a later date. But that's basically just going to record the product, the order that the product's in, the price and the quantity. And again, you probably want to do this in the system because prices change all the time. So you don't want to rely on the database, the product data or the product table, because you might have special prices at certain times. And imagine, for example, someone goes to pay for their items and then for some reason you update the payment in the main product table, and that doesn't reflect the payment that the customer is just about to pay. So we want to potentially record the price of the product at different times. So you might want to add this type of data into a table like this. And of course, you want to know the quantity of that particular item that they purchased. So in terms of normalizing this data, it seems to look okay generally here and would validate this type of table. So we return the ID of the product, or the ID, self-ID, yeah, the ID of the order. So there we go. So that's set up now for our tables for the order. Again, we're not going to be using all of these here, just for you to think about what fields you might want to include. And of course, this could be changed around. I seem to use a character field, char field for everything here. Okay. So now we've got that in place, that is going to work nicely. So let's move on. So the next up then is just a decision that I've made, right? For no particular reason, other than I think I want to do it this way at this time. So let's go into the static payment index page. Right. Okay. That's something we're going to change then. Okay. So what we're going to do here is that when the user goes to the payment page, they click the button to pay. And what I'm going to do here is before they actually, we confirm the payment with Stripe, I'm going to create an AJAX request. So I'm going to send that order to the server and then actually create a new order in my database first. And then we're going to have Stripe to confirm the payment. And then when the payment does take place, we'll then update that table. Remember here, the billing status to true. And that will indicate that the user has actually paid for those items. So that's what we're going to do. So we're just going to basically wrap this up in an AJAX request. Okay, so this is it. We're going to post to order/add. So we're going to need to add a new function in a minute there. So we're going to post that data, this data here. So underneath the variables here, I've added AJAX now. So post URL, we've got the data. So the data that we're going to send across is the order key, which is the client secret. So we're going to move that across. So that's something we are actually storing, the order key, because what we're going to do is collect the data again from Stripe, and then we're going to identify that data via the order key. That's one thing. We can also identify the order by. So because what's going to happen here is the order key is going to be here. That's a unique key for the actual payment. And then we're going to take the payment via Stripe. Stripe's going to return the data. And then I'm going to find that order key. Where the order key matches the order key here, we're going to update the billing status to true. That's what we're going to do. So you can see that here we're going to send across the CSRF token. Now notice I've in the previous page, let's go back to our template. Remember in the template, what I did in the payment was at the bottom here, I sent across the CSRF token. So I've actually moved it from this template over to my JavaScript here. So that's what I'm referencing here. And then I'm going to post that off to that URL here. So I could also forward across the URL here as well, instead of manually typing it in. So just need to be careful of that. So once I've done that, you can see that that data will go across. So the order key and the, basically I'm just sending across the order key. All the other data I can collect, remember, from the actual session data. So that's all I need to send across is the order key. And all I've done now is just wrap the success inside of that. And then you can go ahead and add an error check if you want for the AJAX at the end here. So that's what it's going to look like. I've just wrapped everything up. Have a look at, this is the final code for this. So have a look in the code repository. Just quickly run through that. Everything else is the same as it was before. I've just wrapped that up. So notice that this is in the success. So if the AJAX is successful, then it should then start to take the payment from Stripe. And then obviously we can then still go ahead and do the Windows location replace, so the forward in to the order placed, and we need to kind of set that up in the URLs. So we can do that as well, but that's there. So now what we're going to do, let's go into the orders view and set up the order/add. So right, let's just close everything up. So like we do before, like we always do, we're going to need to go into the core first, of course, and just register our new application. It's orders. Yep. So once we've registered the application, we're probably going to need to run our database, because we've got a database, don't forget, here in orders. So let's go ahead and do that. So that's going to py manage_py, make migrations, and then migrate. So that creates the order tables that we built earlier. So that's all now done. So let's go now into our orders and our views. So we're going to create some views here then. Okay, so we need to capture that AJAX request. So we're working with Ajax. We're going to send a JSON response. So we need to bring that in. We're going to need to render. And then also we're going to be using the session data. So let's bring in the basket. And also we're going to be utilizing the database, the order database. So let's bring in the order database and the order item database, or table, sorry, not database. So we bring in those tables. And now we can go ahead and create our new function, which we called add, if you remember. So we're going to need to hook this up to the URLs in a minute. And then what we're going to do, as we always do with Ajax, we're going to check to make sure it's an action equals post. So that action there is referring to, if you go into the static, then the payment index, you can see the action here equals post. So you can change that name and change to anything you like, of course. But that's why the action is there, action post. So that's in the view. And now what we want to do is to get the user ID. So we're just thinking about what data we're going to need now at this point. So we're going to need the user ID. We're going to need the order key. So let's get the order key. Remember, the order key we're sending across via Ajax. That's the unique identifier, remember. And also we want the total basket quantity. Now at this point, we can capture anything else from the form that we wanted to and bring it across. If we want that, we could do that, of course. But this is just a simple example here. So I'm just going to do that. And now I'm going to basically check to see if the order exists. Because the problem we've got here is that if a user goes to the payment page and presses pay, then it might not be successful. So they might click backwards and try and pay again. And of course, what's happening now is that two orders, the same order, is going to appear in the database, and we just don't want that. So we're just going to check to make sure that there's a unique order key. Now, there are still going to be duplicates in our data. Well, there's still going to be times potentially where orders appear in the database and they weren't completed. But that's not a problem. I can set up a cron job just to remove those. That's not a problem. It's kind of nice also to see what jobs weren't completed, or what which users tried to pay maybe and they kind of decided not to at the end, because I could use that data to maybe market to those users or do something like that, for example. So let's if the order key, if it does exist, we're going to do something. Well, in actual fact, we're just going to pass for now. Okay, so which means we're just going to continue. So we don't need to save anything, basically, we're saying, if it does exist. So we can just continue with the payment. So now we can set up the else. So what we want to do here is now, if the order doesn't exist in the database, we want to actually kind of start to actually create something in a database. So here we're going to take the order table and create some data. So the user ID is the user ID. The full name is going to be name. Address is going to be 1. So I've just put some static stuff here. You can replace that with form data. And total paid is the basket total. And the order key is going to be the key that's the unique key, the user key from the intent. Okay, so now we've done that. We're now also going to need to put some stuff, of course, inside of the, we're going to need to loop through all the products that the user wants to buy. So we can get the order, because we want to connect the products to the order. So in order to do that, I'm just showing you here that I can get the primary key from the order. And now what I can do is use that primary key to loop through the data inside of my session and kind of add all those products to the table. So what I'm doing here is I'm collecting the ID from the order. And now for each item in my basket, this is the basket, remember, referring to my session data basket. So for each item, I'm going to loop through my session data. And for the order item table, I'm just going to update the order item table with some stuff. So here's referring to the data inside of the session. So the product, the price, the quantity. So that's collecting each item, each product the user has inside of their session at that point. Now, at that point, the session data should include all the products, because we've not only used it to make the payment, but now we're using it to actually save it to the database. So that's what it does there. So now we've saved all the products in the database. Let's just return something back to the front end to confirm that's okay. So here I've just made response success return something. You can go ahead and obviously change that. Let's just line this up properly. There we go. So we've now got our response. There we go. So now we can kind of move on. So let's go back into our index here. So that's the that refers to sending the data across, and now we've got the success here. So now the last thing that we need to do is we need to set up our URLs, of course. So let's just sort this out. So we're going to need to go into the core first, and let's go in the core, the URLs. So we're going to need to just copy this down. We'll call this orders. Again, we're just extending the URLs, orders, and then orders. So the namespace is going to be orders. Okay, so that sets that up in the core. Now we can go into the orders and set up our new file, urls.py. And let's go ahead now and see what we've got here. So there's only going to be one URL here, nice and simple. Import our views, give the app name of orders, and then we just need add. So that's the path. You can see it's connected to the add view that we've already set up right here. So let's go ahead now and try this out. So I've added another product to the database. So at least we've got 2 items now. We're going to need to start the server, of course, every time. Okay, let's just start the server. Well, there seems to be a problem. On views, PY line 18, so a bit of an indentation. Okay, there we go. So hopefully that fixes that. There we go. So let's go back now in the page. We've got 2 items, so I've added those to the basket. Go to checkout, 53.96. So that's okay, I can deal with that. So bear with me a second, I just need to get my credit card details. Please don't try to attempt to use these to pay for anything. So here's my details. There we go, pay. There we go, so everything's working okay. So I don't want to go any further here. You can see I could take the payment, but what should happen now, of course, if I cancel that, let's just go into my, let's go into the admin. What should happen now is I should have created, remember, that order. So in the, I need to add it to my admin, of course. So let's go back into the orders and then admin. So in here, obviously, we're going to need to add both of those tables. So I do that by utilizing the admin site register. So those are the 2 tables now registered on my admin area. So let's just go back and refresh. There we go. So we've got orders, and there we go. We've just created an order. Wonderful. So this is an order. We've got the name. We see we've got the order key here and the price. So that was the order that I've just created. If I go into order items, there was 2 items that I've ordered, and you can see the price at that particular time for that order. Wonderful. So that sets that up nicely. That's all good. Right, so that looks like it's working okay. Not too sure why it's got the date there, but it's okay at the moment. So next up then, just going back, is we need to get this now to be flagged as paid. So at the moment, you can see that because we didn't go through the payment, the whole payment, we cancelled it, the billing status is still not paid for. So now we need to set up that. So first of all, I'm just going to delete this order. Now, if I delete this order, it should also delete the ordered items because how we set up the foreign key. So let's go ahead and delete those. And you can now see all the items are disappeared in the order items. Okay, so now to get it to automatically update as paid when we actually take the payment. So let's just remember in our first tab here, we got the Stripe. You can see it's starting to record things. So what we want to do now is further this so that when we find that the item has actually been paid for, or for any time we see the payment completed, we're going to capture that and have a look to see if there's an actual order in our database and update it as paid. That's what we're going to do here. So we're going to expand on our view in our payment. So this is the that's the add orders there. So we'll come back to that in a minute. So we need to go into the payment views. Okay, I think we're good here. So here then you can see we're going to be utilizing Stripe webhooks. So we create this new function called Stripe webhook, and then we're looking for the payload event none. So we're going to try event equals stripe.event construct from json.loads payload stripe API key. So what we're trying to do here is hook in to the Stripe events. Okay, that's essentially all we're doing here. If we can't, you can see we're going to return HTTP response status 400. If we can, what we're trying to do is we're trying to look through the events here. And then if the event type equals payment underscore intent succeeded, we're then going to run this function here called payment confirmation. Okay, so what we're trying to do here is, this is the important bit, when anyone pays and is successful in our terminal here, you'll see that we're going to find Stripe returning back an event that's called payment intent succeeded. So we're basically just checking for that here. Now, if we do find that occurs, what we need to do is we need to take the data from that event. That's what we're doing here. So event.data. Then we're going inside of that, and then we're looking for the data called client secret. Now, remember, that's the client secret that starts off this whole process. When the client goes to the page to pay, we send that message, don't we, to Stripe and make the payment intent. So that's the client secret gets returned from that. So that's what we're going to look for, because remember, in our database, we've stored that in our database. So what we're going to do here is we're going to look for in our database that client secret. And if we find an order with that client secret, we know that we've made the payment, and we're going to update that order as completed. That's what we're going to do. And that then we now know then that order has been completed. So that's pretty much all we need here to understand. So just copy everything else in. And at this point, we're good to go. So now what we need to do is bring in this order. So we're going to create that in the view. So from the view, in a second, we're going to create a new function here called payment confirmation. So let's go into orders and our view, and let's build this. So this is going to be super simple here, because all we need to do is do a simple check. So let's go down here. This is in our orders and our view. So payment confirmation, we're going to take in the data that's been sent from here. So we're sending across the event data object client secret. So we send that across, and then you can see here what we're going to do is say order.objects.filter, where the order key in our database is equal to the order key, that's the intent key, the secret ID, is the same. Basically, where that matches up in the database, we're going to update that field or that row, the billing status equals true. And that's it, really. So that's the intent ID that's unique to that customer order. We're basically going to use that and then check it against the database. And then if it's true, we're going to update the billing status. And now we know the products have been paid for. So just before we start testing this, let's go into the URLs here of the payments, and let's just add the order placed so that we do actually receive something when an order is placed. So here we've started a new view here in payments. So let's go into our payment view and just add that. So this is going to be order placed, isn't it? So let's just build a new function here. This is in the payment view. So order placed, basket. Let's just take the basket in. Let's clear the basket, because what we want to do, of course, is to remove all the items now because the order has been placed. And then let's just take them back. Let's just take them to the order placed.html page, just saying, well done, the order has been placed. So basket clear then. I don't think we've added that yet. So let's go into basket and let's go into the basket file here. At the end here, what I've done is I've just added another, I thought I did. No, we need to add a new function here. So in the basket what we're going to do is just remove everything from our basket. So clear del self session, get the session basket session ID. Now here you can got a choice. So before I've shown you just to use the key here, for example. So you can obviously put the key in the settings and run it like this, for example. So we're just going to call this session key. So that should now delete the session key, the session data related to our basket, and we save it out, of course, and then that should now be done. So we've got now that in place also. So let's now go in to build our template. So we need payment order place.html. So inside of our templates, inside of our payment, we're going to have now a new file here called order place.html. And this is just going to be a simple template, right? So similar to what we've been doing all along. And we're just going to bring in our base here. The title, we can change this, of course, order placed. There we go. So we've got a style, and then same again, a center aligned table here. Order has been placed. Check your email for confirmation. We're not doing the email here, but you should now feel comfortable that you can set up the email if you just follow the same principles as what we've done before. And then obviously that'll take you to the dashboard, or it can take you to a dashboard to see the orders that you've placed. So that just finishes that little bit off there. So let's just close this down. Okay, so now we have everything in place. Have a look through the code. There's one thing that we need to do here. So what's happening here is that we need now to set up so that we can actually capture these events. At the moment, we're not actually capturing them. So what we're going to need to do here is go over to, I think it's going to be our payment. Yep. So let's go over to our payments. Let's just close everything down. It's just confusing. I try and do this in a smaller screen as well. When I record, it just makes it even harder. So let's go into the, what did I say, payments, and then URLs. So what we're going to need to do, we're going to need to kind of forward that webhook to our actual view, that data to our view. So what we need to do is we need to capture from the Stripe webhooks, the data, this data here, and then we need to kind of send it across to this URL here. So view Stripe webhook. So sorry, this URL. So what's going to happen, sorry, is that Stripe is going to send this data here to this URL webhook/, and then we're going to then direct that to our view. So that's the Stripe webhook view. That's this one here. So now we can actually capture that data and then perform this request to actually then update the database. Right. So what we're going to need to do there is we're going to need our webhook signing secret. So let's go into our, let's close this down. Let's go into our core and let's go into our settings. So you probably need to change this every single time. So at the bottom here, let's add some parameters. So one parameter we can add here is the Stripe endpoint secret. So let's just add that right here. So this is going to be the Stripe payment area. So that's the Stripe endpoint secret. That's the secret we see just here, the webhook secret, right? So we're going to need to, yeah, that matches up nicely. So that's all good. So now we've got that in place. Let's just now test to see if this is working. So let's go over to our store and let's go to our basket. So there's nothing in our basket, which is all good. So let's add something to our basket. Let's now go to the checkout. Let's start to pay. So we're hoping now we're going to be capturing those hooks or that data. So let's just grab our, so I'm going to use this first one so I don't need to go through that authorization process. It's just going to pay. So let's pay for that. So that if that's successful, we're now taken to the order has been placed, which is all good. So we can now go to the dashboard and we need to sort that out in a second. So let's go now into our orders. Let's grab the latest order. Looks like it's this one here. Let's go down. You can see that the billing status isn't quite working yet still. So there's still something wrong. So this is something that you're definitely going to probably need to troubleshoot. So the payment intent has been successful. So we're still not forwarding that for some reason to the payment views. So there's still something here not happening. So we're still not receiving that data. You can see here I've set up I thought I had a little print here to see if our data is actually being sent across to the Stripe webhook. So there's something else that we need to sort out here. And I've just thought about it. So let's go back into Stripe. What we need to do is we need to actually tell Stripe to forward to that URL. So here, instead of Stripe just listen, I'm now going to say Stripe listen and then forward to localhost 1000 payment and then webhook. That was my problem. Okay, so here I'm actually going to send this data across to my view now. So let's start that up. So all that data now is going across to there. I'm going to double check my settings to make sure my Stripe endpoint secret is okay. Even though I'm using it, I'm just setting it up. So there's a few parameters here that you might want to set up. Your secret key, your publishable key, and so on. So that you might want to kind of start using it all from there, of course. So let's now go into our store and get this working. So we're hoping now, you can see that the basket is empty as intended. So let's go and add some more items in our basket. Let's go to checkout, $10.99. We're going to need to sign in. Now, let's sign in. You can see what's happened is I've cleared all the cookies, all the session data. That's why I need to sign in again. So customer name, okay, address, United States. Yep. Okay. So let's go ahead and add our code again. So we're going to use the one that doesn't require authentication. Let's just get this working. Oh, okay. Let's pay. So we paid okay. So now let's go into here. So let's hope now that this is working. So in orders, up here, this is the latest one. And you can now see that the billing status is still not working. So hopefully you're not getting frustrated. Hopefully not feels I'm wasting your time here. You're going to have errors. Okay, I'm just trying to think about all the errors that you might have. So if you actually look in the logs here, it actually tells you exactly what the problem is. The fact that we need to actually add localhost to the allowed hosts. So I purposely, when I set up the Stripe, when I set the Stripe listener, you can see that I set it to localhost and not 127.00 blah blah. So just need to be careful of that. So that's easy fixable. Go into my settings here. Now, if I go to the top, you'll notice I've got my allowed domains. Sorry, if I go to the top, I've got my allowed domains. So all I need to do here is add a new allowed domain, which is going to be localhost. So there we go. So just remember we need to do that. So one more time then. Okay, so I'm here in the payment again. I've just skipped ahead. Let's press pay. Let's see the magic happen. So we paid, we've confirmed the order. So let's go back into our orders. Let's have a look at the latest order. That's one we've just made. Let's go down and there we go. We now have the billing status as complete. So now what we can do, let's go into the orders. We're just going to create a simple item on the dashboard now. So let's just close this up here. Let's go into the account and views. So what we're going to do here is we're going to set up, I think in here, a simple view, which is going to allow the user to see their orders. So in actual fact, let's start in the orders views. So in here, we're going to set out the user orders. So let's just make sure we've got the database. Yep. So from our views here, user order. So we're going to get the ID of the user, and then we're just going to run a query order.objects filter, and we're going to check the user ID against the actual billing status. So basically we're going to filter, where the user equals user ID, and then also the billing status equals true. So we're going to return back any of the orders that the customer has made where the billing status is true. So that's the first step. So now let's go into our account and views, because that's where we're returning data about the dashboard. So let's bring in the user orders from the orders.view. And we'll then go ahead here and then we'll bring in that data. So we'll then reference that function, bring in the data about the individual orders for the customer's made and paid for, and then we just return that data to our template. So now we just need to update the dashboard template. So I've gone ahead and done that. So you can see this is a little bit intense. So we've got manage your orders, change details as per normal. Right, so now we're going to create a for loop. So for orders in orders, remember we're going to collect all the orders that a user has made. So we'll cycle through all those orders. Every time we cycle through one, we're going to recognize that or individual item as order. So we're going to reference order.created. So we're going to get when it was created. So this is all data that you'll find in the order database, of course. And then also what we do here, we can get the order full name, address to, and postcode. So we can get a little bit of information about the user. Remember that anything in the order table, we can now extract out here. And then further down now, what we want to do now is we want to drill down into the items. So we're going to have another for loop here. So this time we're going to go into the order. That's the individual order that we're working with this at the moment. And then we're going to use the foreign key link to go into the items and get the items from the database. So let's just have a look here at the models for the order. So models. So here you can see that I've got this order foreign key and it's referenced as items. That's a related name. So when I go back to here to my view, my dashboard, you can see that's what I'm referencing here. So go into the order, and for each item, we're going to go into the order, go to the key, the foreign key items, and get all the data about that item. So for every time we loop through the orders, we're also going to loop through all the items that are in that order. That's what we're doing there. And then from there, we can use item to output the product image, the URL, the title of the product, for example. So that's how we're going to connect to that foreign key table and extract that information. Then just make sure you end for both. And then have a look at the template, and that is the final template for that page. So now, when we go back into our dashboard, we now have the orders that the user has made. We've got the dispatch information, their name and address, if they've typed it in properly. And we've got the product here, and we've got the total paid, $10.99. Okay, so just to tidy up a few things here, I'm just going to go into my, let's bring us down. I'm just going to go into the basket here and go to my views. I'm just going to update these views slightly here. So let's bring this across. So I'm going to go into my settings file in the core. So core settings. And then at the bottom here, I'm just going to add the name of the actual session. So I'm going to call that, in this case, just basket. So I'm just going to use that here, just like that. And now I'm going to reference that in my basket. So that's going to be in my basket pie. So this is in my class I created here to model the basket. So I'm just going to get rid of all these S keys here and just replace it by the data in the session. So the settings data that I've just created. So we're going to need to bring in settings at the top here. And now we can then just update everything here. So I'm just going to blanket update this for you. So you can see all I'm doing now, instead of getting the actual name S key, I'm just going to get the basket key from the actual settings. So just remember to have a look through here. There's might be a number of places where we've added that, but one of them will be at the end here in the clear. So we just need to update that again with the right key. There we go. And so let's now give this another whirl. So let's go ahead and access our web page. Right, so there's one thing I have seen, and that's the actual shipping payment. That looks to be a little bit out of sync. But so we've got nothing. So let's add something to the basket. Okay, I'm just going to log out start from scratch. Okay, so add the item to the basket. Done. Checkout, login. Okay, so customer name. I won't need to worry that. Don't need to do a bit of that. Right, let's add my card payment in again. So I'm just going to use the one that doesn't require any authentication to speed up the process. Yep, pay. Okay, so the order's been placed. The basket's been removed. Let's go to the account now. So that isn't the right. Oh, that isn't the right. That's not coming up with the correct. Just refresh. So that doesn't seem to be, the account doesn't seem to be coming up with the right link there. So you can see it's going to be linking me to payment order place, which is a little bit strange. Because if I go to the home, the account then is taking me to, oh, it's not taking me to the account at all. So let's just do that next. So there's probably going to be a few things that we're going to need to do here in regards to that type of linking. So in our templates, let's go to the store, and that's going to be our base. So what we're looking at here is we're looking for the URL for the basket, I think. There we go. So the basket URL needs to be updated here. So that's going to be the link there to our dashboard. So I think that's going to be in account and then dashboard. Okay, so that updates that. Yep, and there we go. So you'll probably notice that previously I've set up the cleared incorrectly, and it was deleting the whole cookie, the whole session data, and now it's not. I made that changes with the settings, so I'm not actually getting logged out when I make an order, because it's removing all the session data, which has the login details, or the fact that I'm logged in. So you can see now, continue my login throughout the process. I've now created, I think, that new order here. Looks like it's okay. It comes up as 2099. So I can't remember now. SDDD. So let's have a look. SDDD. So yeah, you can see that it's not adding the shipping to the total. So you just need to update that information. So just looking at this problem, it looks like when I refresh, you can see it goes down to the actual price. And then when I add it, it actually adds it on. So the default option doesn't include the shipping total. So it means that problem is going to be stemming from my basket class, because remember, that's where we get the total price. So we're probably going to need to update this here. So this is the basket in the basket pie class in the basket. So instead of just the total price, we're going to need the total price plus the shipping. So let's go ahead and just add that in, change that. So this is going to be the subtotal as per normal, price and quantity as we had before. But this time, if the subtotal equals 0, it means that the shipping should be 0. If else, the shipping is going to be the flat rate of £11.50. And then we just need to add that up, and that should give us the total. So that should pretty much solve that issue there. So let's refresh. You can now see we're actually getting that total. If we delete it completely, we're getting 0. Subtotal and total is going to be 0. So that kind of solves that little issue. So it's always little things you need to check. This is where testing comes in nicely, of course. So yeah, looks like we're good to go. We can pay, we can track the order, we can update the order in the database. Okay, so a little bit rough and ready, but I think that there's a lot there to work through. We have now gone through saving orders, confirming the payment, finish the payment template. We've done that, and we've added the orders to the user dashboard. So the user can track their order. Of course, now you're going to ask me a million questions. How do I do this? How do I do that? Because there are loads of stuff here. We could go on for another 4 hours, of course, and keep adding and improving on this code. But like I said, hopefully this is a good baseline for you now to work from and start to build your own e-commerce store. So like I said at the start, I'm not going to go through the testing here in this one, because I aim to make a lot of changes here. Hopefully this was a good baseline. So the testing, you can go in and we can just test to make sure that the existing tests work. So let's just go in and do a py manage py and then test. So yeah, the one thing that's going to change here is the fact that we've changed the user table to the user base table. So if we go into the tests, now remember the tests are going to be found in, for example, our store, and then tests, and then our models. So if you remember, maybe it's in here. Yeah, we're bringing the user in from the model. So now we need to change that to bring in the new table that we have. So just see if you can follow the pattern from the previous imports we made in the tables and add that in, and then just change that. So down here, we've created this. So let's just find out where we actually used the user. So just here. So all you need to do would be to change this now. The username, that's going to be potentially the email now, remember. So we need to potentially change that too to get those tests working. But I was hoping that you would give that a go and try and just get those tests working, the existing tests, by changing that little error there. There shouldn't be too much else, if anything, to change. That should now complete those tests. But of course, now what you can do is that you can run your coverage test to then check out to see what tests are going to be needed in the account and basket. Now, I do recommend that you now improve upon this code. Again, going back to this idea of making sure you understand the workflow here and go through that step by step, because once you understand that, it also will aid you in developing your tests for this, because that path, that timeline, that data flow diagram, whatever you want to build, that will kind of aid you in understanding what needs to be tested at what stage. Okay, so I do hope that that was useful, these 3 parts. Like I said initially, I was going to get to part 3, give it a bit of a rest, let you have a go, and then I'll take some suggestions and I will relook at this code definitely and upgrade it. I'll be running this every year and upgrading it every year and improving upon it and making any changes that need to be made. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed it. If you are having problems, great. If you do need to find solutions, then you can ask. The code base is here to try that. Else, if you have a look at Stack Overflow, if you're having problems also, the biggest issue is going to probably be lining up that payment. There's so many little steps there potentially that need to be taken. They all need to be taken in order, or at least they need to all be in place in order for it to work perfectly. So that can get very frustrating at that point. So thank you very much, and hopefully I'll see you in the next tutorial.